cocinando. Sánchez cocinando. Sánchez cocinando. Sánchez cocinando. Sánchez cocinando. Sánchez cocinando.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Sánchez cocinando.
yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. 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 Oh, okay. 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 Oh, okay. Bitch. 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 Okay. Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. Hit that link. Hit that link. Fuck you think. Fuck you think. Okay, turn me up. I'm about to go Ray Ray on these motherfuckers. Hey look, put your hands up, do your legs like this. Tell a motherfucker that he can't fuck with this. Hey, I'm just freestyling over the beat, don't give no damn. You know where I'm from, they call that shit Bessemer, Birmingham. Yeah, put a pistol in your face. Yeah, get your family erased. Yeah, smack the taste out your mouth. Hey, yeah, bitch, I'm coming. Gonna. You know what that is. You know that a nigga like me really don't give. What? A F-U-C-K gives a fuck about your homie cause he gay? Bitch, I don't play for it. Bitch, I will leave your... bitch, I will spray for it. Bitch, hey, bitch, I can get no fuck. I'm going off the head. Rah, watch him duck. Hey. Do your dance, little girl. Hey. Do your dance, it's your world. Hey. Do your dance. Hey. Woo. Bitch. Hey, fuck that nigga in my chat. His name is Neo. Told that nigga I would shoot his ass like a free throw. A free throw. Outside black, inside white. Oreo. Yeah, he a cookie. Yeah, he a rookie. Looky. Told me start the show. Bitch, I just lit my blunt. Now where your hoe? What up, Key Norfolk? What's good, boy? I'm just sitting here having fun. How y'all doing? Welcome back. I'm just having some fun.
Bro, you gotta be rolling. Salute.
What good, bro?
Hey,
Man,
man. What's the topic, bro? You know I'm rocking with you. Salute.
Yeah, I'm just doing one of them fishing shows. Hey, we want the crybabies to call in. We got a time clock for y'all. We gonna put 5 minutes apiece per caller, no cutoffs. Niggas be like, Sanchez be cutting everybody off. I swear to God, I don't cut niggas off until they disrespect.
Facts.
Yeah, bro, when niggas start calling names, I feel like, well, I get to cut you off when I want to now. I don't know you no respect. But yeah, moderators today. Oh, you said you can hear the echo on key? Let me see here what we got going on. I don't even know if my audio was synced up to the beat. I was just freestyling, man. I gotta get that shit synced up. Yeah, you fine.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I'm just up in here. I ain't even on nothing tonight at all, y'all. I'm just chilling. So we just hoping somebody calling in with any kind of smoke, bro. Other than that, it ain't nothing for real. What's been going on, man, in these black YouTube streets?
Man, hoping we can get some intellectual debates tonight, besides all the name calling and all the childish, because we'll get through roasting if they want to get to roasting, you know what I'm saying? We can do that too. For sure.
all day for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna throw some on out there with real quick. Did you see the video of Godfrey? You know about the comedian Godfrey, right?
Yeah.
Did you see the video of him dissing FBA?
Man, I heard about it, man, and it just brings me to I don't know why they gotta be agents, bro, to have an issue with FBA. Like everybody else can have a home, everybody else can have a stance on something, but when it come to FBA, everybody get all emotional about FBA. Like we just supposed to get down and lay down. What's your take on it, bro?
You know, my take on this shit is that Godfrey got a problem with FBA, right? And my thing with him having a problem with FBA, right? You know he's a comedian who rose to fame doing impersonations. And I'm telling you, man, 90% of his impersonations is FBA. Is, Bill Cosby, um, who another one he do? I think he do a Richard Pryor one.
Steve Harvey.
Right. So my whole, yeah, that's his famous one there. So, he's a Nigerian, you know. And the thing about me before I get into Godfrey and all that, I have a African dashiki in here right now. And I put that shit on sometime, nigga, and I wear that shit proudly now. Now watch this. I rock Jamaican garb. I rock all kind of other flags, besides just a fucking American flag or FBA flag. You know what I'm saying? You may see me with a shirt with a Cuban flag on the front of it. I be just rocking all kind of nationalities, football teams, basketball. You see what I'm saying? Just I rock all that. So
Right.
the point that I'm making, is that I understand that when I'm wearing a shirt with a Jamaican flag on it, that I'm paying respect to someone else, culture and shit. And I'm basically allowing them to have their little identity as, a Jamaican. But with Godfrey, with the arguments that these kind of niggas make, it's like you're being divisive for wanting to delineate, to have an exclusive identity of your own. Now, the thing about it, when Godfrey say, it's divisive, and basically they like to hit you with, well, if the police pull me over, he see a black man. And when he pull you over, he see a black man. They always like to hit us with that. But the thing is, we're not trying to base an identity on if the police pull you over or me over. Like, think about what I'm saying. Godfrey is a Nigerian. That ain't got shit to do with if the police pulling me and him over. You feel me?
Facts.
So, people can be like, you could be a Libyan or you can be a Kenyan. And that's fine. You can be that. But then if I say, well, I'm going to be a foundational Black American, you hit me with the, man, you know what? If the police pull me over, and when a person saying FBA, we ain't coming from a if the police pull me over worst case scenario. Like, you know what I'm saying? They got to reach that far to keep you from carving out an exclusive identity.
Peace, good brother.
Peace and love,
Peace,
brother
good brother.
Nasir. Welcome back.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you, brother. The police don't distinguish us, but they do. They distinguish themselves from us. If he could be a proud Nigerian, we can be a proud foundational Black American. What's wrong with that? People want to keep us out of our homes and deny us our own identity. And I'm just not rocking with that.
That's big facts right there.
I'm just not rocking with that. I mean, we have our own identity, and you can't call it divisive because we are recognizing who we are. It's not divisive. They're they're more divisive than we are, coming over here undermining our efforts and undermining our what we're trying to accomplish as a people. Anybody getting away with that, we got to delineate from them, and that's what you call tethering. You wanna align yourself with us, but you're not really rocking with us. You
Right.
wanna get our energy. That's by definition that's what a tether is. Not just because somebody's from Africa. It's the ideology and the behavior that a lot of them partake in.
That's
I'm
right.
just not rocking with that.
I just thought about something. Let me give a shout out to D-Dub Exclusive. I bet 1K if the police pull Godfrey over, his accent will go full Nigerian.
And that's the difference, brother.
That's some good shit, boy. Hey, shout out to Joshua Tellerton. Here's my thing about Godfrey, right? He say, man, why do you guys being divisive want to be FBA? If the police pull me over, they don't see no difference. But here's the thing. When he do his comedian impersonations, he say, let me impersonate my Nigerian parents. And then he turn around and impersonate black Americans like Steve Harvey. And he specified. He will even have jokes where he tell you the difference between the two. Like, Nigerian parents do this, but black parents do that. So he specified the two groups in his comedy. But if you try to specify your group outside of that, man, why you want to be divisive? You know what I'm saying? So that's crazy.
He ride our back, and then when they catch him riding our back, he hop off and say, I was not ready to nick up. I wasn't right.
Yeah.
Just to say that we're divisive, to me, it's really a suspected white supremacist talking point, because they tend to say we're divisive when we call them out, or when we, decide that we're going to identify ourselves. We're not allowing people to tell us who we are anymore. We're going to decide who we are, and we're going to stand on it. That's it. And they just can't handle it. If that's divisive, okay, call it what you want to call it, but that's what it's going to be.
What's up, Retton? And I just want to throw one more thing out there with the divisive argument too. Not only do we have like that angle of people saying we divisive, on that tip with Godfrey and them, but you also got people saying if you're woke, you shouldn't see skin color. Because when I specify like black people versus white people sometime, or I have shows dealing with race relations in America, I will have a lot of deep motherfuckers who say, Sanchez, you so deep, you so this, you so that. But they will be like, man, I don't see no color. I don't see skin color because I'm woke. And I've had people check me like, bro, I thought you was woke. How you still see skin color? And I wanted to talk about that today. I think people using woke as a way to ignore reality and stuff.
To me, with this contrary society, I think what they're trying to say, what woke really is turning a blind eye to something.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell if because you see skin color and you are dealing in reality, that makes you not woke.
That's a fact, bro.
This society is contrary, and it's backwards as hell. Everything they say is always the opposite. They'll say you're woke because they'll say you woke when you're down, like the brother said, like the brother's name. Woke is the new sleep. That's what the hell it is, bro.
Facts.
That's what it is, bro. Woke is the new damn sleep. Everything is just totally contrary.
everybody who bringing you the fake information is woke. So we want to become aware. And that's the main reason, like what you were saying earlier, that they way overseas saying that we they problem. So by us identifying as ourselves and us recognizing what's
Yes,
really
sir.
going on, that's what's causing the issue. And Godfrey have adopted a white mind. He got black skin, so it really ain't about skin color, but he got a white mind. That's that white mind I was talking about. And they want us to adapt the same thing. So when we don't adapt that white mind and we recognize who we are and we want to solidify ourselves, that's
Yes,
when
sir.
it become a problem. And now they say we being divisive when they're the ones being divisive in actuality, bro.
Exactly.
That's facts.
It
Hey,
just like when you said, you just triggered something when you were speaking, brother Key, with the black fatigue. You know, even that's contrary. They'll try to say that we're this terrible person and they're tired. No, these people have tried everything to suppress us and keep us down. But here we are, perseverance and coming up despite all that. And that's what's making them tired. That's what's making them fatigued. They just can't suppress us and keep us down. Regardless of what they try and how much they try, they just can't do it. You know why? Because it's not doable. It's not doable.
and I just want to say this too, man, to the brother who was that in the chat room, CEO DK. If you think FBA is divisive, we would love to hear why. You can come up and you can have the mic. I think people just say that. I don't think they can literally articulate it and come up and let us see how, and it'll show because he'll make an excuse not to come up here. I'm gonna play the video and we're gonna break this Godfrey thing down real quick, man.
When you say foundational Black American,
man. Peace and love.
Yeah, peace and love, Rhett. And
Peace.
Rico, can we get a mic check from you too?
Yes, sir. What's going on, everybody? Much love to you.
Much love.
Peace, peace.
Oh, definitely.
it's some type of subgroup or something that's going to just cause confusion. We're talking about a lineage, so it's not something that you can choose to join or quit. Or when you say foundational Black American, it's some type of subgroup.
Inner Circle, can we get a mic check from you real quick?
Your video volume is low, Brother Sanchez.
Okay, I cut it up. Inner Circle, can we get a mic check? Put them on the background for a minute. We'll deal with that in a minute.
When you say foundational Black American, it's some type of subgroup or something that's going to just cause confusion. We're talking about a lineage, so it's not something that you can choose to join. When you say foundational Black American, it's some type of subgroup or something that's going to just cause confusion. We're talking about a lineage, so it's not something that you can choose to join or quit or disparage. Your lineage is your lineage. And when other groups respect and recognize and celebrate their lineage, it's not a problem. They have the Jamaican Day Parade.
Now listen, they said funny he on Vlad saying this. Now watch this. It ain't a far-fetched thing that I may very well be on Vlad one day. So when I get on Vlad, what that gonna mean? Khadija, what that gonna mean?
When you say foundational Black American, it's some type of subgroup or something that's going to just cause confusion. We're talking about a lineage, so it's not something that you can choose to join or quit or disparage. Your lineage is your lineage. And when other groups respect and recognize and celebrate their lineage, it's not a problem. They have the Jamaican Day Parade. It's not a problem.
We've all got some sort of white supremacy that has plagued us. And all this fighting with foundational Black Americans, African, is all foolishness. Caribbean, it's foolishness. It's like hurt people hurt people.
You see, you gotta be hurt when you want a flag. Now, he got a Nigerian flag, y'all. This man right here is proud of where he's from. But when you want to be proud of where you from and everyone start criticizing you, delineating, is now hurting people. It's secret tethers. Yeah, it's secret tethers among us. We gotta been cancel these folks, man. Seriously.
Why do we have to be hurt to have that sentiment of being who we are and proud of it? Why we have to be hurt to do that?
Right.
Hurt people. That is so cliche, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This so cliche. Hurt people.
It's so tetherish to say that.
Typical bullshit ass damn statement.
Yeah.
That he heard somebody else say.
Like, what the fuck we talking about hurt people for when a group of people start getting proud of their lineage? Like you are and everybody else. He ain't gonna tell a China.
Preventing the hurt, Bro Sanchez. Right. Preventing the hurt, my brother. Preventing the hurt.
Right.
That's what we're doing, brother.
Right.
It's crazy.
Right. It's crazy. That part. Like, that's crazy. I don't understand how it can be. It's divisive. It's hurting people. Man, it's a group of people that ain't even stunned y'all. That group of people over there having their own little powwow saying, man, we proud of who we are. I love you, my brother. I love you too, man. And y'all, look at that division. Look at that, man.
Exactly.
Hurt people, man.
I love Bro Sanchez. That's division.
Right, man. Hurt people, man. Yeah. That's crazy, man. That's unity. That's love right there.
It ain't division when we supporting him, knowing he an African brother, just saying, hey, he a funny dude, but okay, let us represent who we are. Like, you got your flag, and now it's, oh, man, y'all hurt people, man. Y'all being divisive. Like, come on, bro. Just stick to the jokes, man. Quit talking politics.
Yeah, some people just don't need to talk politics and go out of their realm of things. They just don't. Just stick to what you do as a profession, because when it comes to, like, the reality of things, most of them are clueless, bro. They're clueless.
Yeah, I got a question for Sanchez real quick.
Okay.
Hey, if we remove the politics out of society, what will society become?
If we remove politics.
Whew, I got one word, bro.
Yeah.
And that's honest.
And I'm trying to see, because if he's saying remove politics or remove government, you specifically mean remove politics?
Yeah. Pretty much. Or either both, or can you just...
Well, let me give you an answer for both, right? If you remove politics without removing leaders ruling over people and systems of government, then it'll go back to old days to where they didn't rule over you with a political system. They directly let you know, look, we took your shit. Because you got to think, when you just get invaded, a person ain't got no political system over you. They simply got, hey, you just lost. You see what it is. Most of your people decimated. It's a whole era of, like, where the enemy rebuilds in your land and all that. We know how that go. But at the same time, what politics is a system of teaching the next generation of people who was conquered, who don't really know everything that happened in the past, to how they get at the bottom of society. It's teaching that new generation why they're at the bottom. A new history has been written on how everything get to be to where you at the bottom, they at the top. And politics is basically the people who at the top and don't intend for you getting there, telling you all of the problems on why the system basically is flawed and ain't working for you. But the whole thing is like, they ain't telling you that they want the system flawed on purpose. They're acting like, man, we gotta fix this, we gotta fix that, to make shit better for Americans. We gotta pass this law, pass that law. And it's taken hundreds of years to make any progress, and that's what the whole trick even is anyway. That's what politics is. It's a fucking circus and a theater, there to explain to everybody in the world why there are policies being passed in their life that's making their way of living unbearable, slowly but surely. And it's to have an explanation for it other than, hey, we rich and you poor and this what the fuck we want to do in the world and you ain't gonna do nothing about it either. So politics is the system of, instead of saying what I just said right there, saying, hey, all we got to do that, telling you that why you at the, a prisoner of war in another way. So you don't ever rise up. You start to help them fix the problem that don't exist and then start working against your own damn progress with them. And then you start to convince yourself, the reason this shit ain't working because we just ain't got the right puppet in office, not because it all a game and it's some bullshit anyway where they kicking the can on purpose. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Politics is the how, government is the what. You know what I'm saying? The process of acquiring and exercise of control over society, and the government is the system that holds that authority. That's what makes one the how and one the what.
That's a fact. They don't tell you that. They try to get you to take a systematic approach to a flawed system. They get you to adopt the systematic approach, but the system flawed. It's a flawed system. They ain't telling you that. That's the politics side to it.
Exactly. Poly is many. Poly is many. And you know what a tick is. A bloodsucker. All of them are bloodsuckers of the poor. All of them. No matter what side you on, you got bloodsuckers of the poor.
So what happened? So I got a quick. So what happened? So back in the days, right? When
one real quick, Rico.
I'm sorry.
I'm letting a new person on. I just want to get a mic check from it, and you got it. Remember your question. United, can I get a mic check from you? Mic check to United. All right, go ahead, Rico. I'm gonna keep an eye on him.
If the bitch ain't fucking tell her to stray, I'm pretty sure, man.
Yeah. So back in the days, like, when the kings used to rule, they used to have all the authority over his whole entire kingdom, right? So what happened, or what was the transition between back in the days into now that allowed politicians to actually like rule over the government? Because the president's a puppet, right? Well, most of the politicians and everybody.
That's right.
So what caused the transition? What happened that stripped the power out of the king into multiple people?
So watch this, right? I'm gonna be thorough, and I'm finna go all the way back to ancient Egypt, to the beginning of what we call the dynastic age. You familiar with the term dynastic age, Rico? I know you are.
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
The dynastic age represent when government first appeared on the earth. That's when government first appeared on the earth. Now, the dynastic age represent when government first appeared on the earth. You got to keep in mind these dynasties were private families. So the first governments that existed on earth was a royalty system based upon independent, privatized families ruling over everybody in a dictatorship and the worst kind of tyrannies you can think of. But anyway, these private families who held all the power in the world, there was no buffer in between them and a peasant. So what if the richest, most important, most powerful people in the world, we're talking Queen Elizabeth, your princes and kings, right? These private families that's ruling today, they bloodline trace back to what I'm saying now. But check this out. What if these people were your mayors and police chiefs and all that? Because what I'm telling you is that's what life was in early government systems. These private families was the government authority, and the extension of them was a military. So basically what you had was a private family at the top, a military in between them and the peasants under that. So over time, these private families, over time, these private families, right? They wanted a buffer zone in between the power and the peasants. So that the first buffer zone in between those private families and the peasants was what we call the church. Now, the church was a communal organization like the Vatican and all them is today, but they're just puppets for the private families and all that stuff. You see what I'm saying? And the church was your first form of government, because when they created a class system with people at the top and people at the bottom, right? They needed a doctrine to explain to children born in that system why you born at the bottom and why some people born at the top. So religion does that. Religion tell people, look, you know, it has a whole story. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, they tell you, listen, black people turned away from Yahweh. That's how we ain't powerful and rich like the people in power. And until we turn back and pray right and get, you know, with Yahweh, whatever, we can be rich like and rule the world again. Every religion telling you, every religion was made to tell the people at the bottom, God put you there, right? So that was your first form of government. Now, they wanted another buffer class. Watch this, right? Imagine instead of me cut my own grass, I hire someone to cut my grass, but then they hire someone to cut my grass. This is how the church extended its rule through what we call the fiat governments. And now I'm to your question now about the government system with politics today. Politics and the Bible and the church go hand in hand, which is why they swear in on the Bible and everything is taking place in a religious setting with religious rituals going on. And so swearing to God and God we trust, it's because the first form of this buffer zone, what is government, was the church, right? So what these politicians do, what they do, remember that the church wrote out a whole doctrine in a book called the Bible to explain to the slaves why you at the bottom and why the evil people at the top. And if the people at the bottom believe that, then they ain't gonna even fight to get at the top, because they believe God put them there because something their ancestors did or something they did or boom, boom, boom. Now, my whole thing is this. When the church, you know, started outsourcing their authority to politicians, these politicians, remember when you had like the Caesar on the side of the Pharisees, the Sadducees, what people don't know is like when you see Donald Trump with them Jews, with them black hats on and them beards all around him all the time, and him being influenced by Netanyahu and the small hats and all that. See, that is a religious order right there. So it's a fine line between a political power and a religious power, because Israel is really a religious power. This is where the power shift, where you can visually see what I'm telling you about when the church crossed over into politics. So that's how you get shit like Israel, Zionism. This is the church telling you God actually participate into Democrat, Republican. You feel me? Because now, and see, think about what I'm telling you though. Once you get people to believe that God is involved with human affairs and God keeping them at the bottom and keeping their enemy at the top, but at the same time, you're directly, the people who you got at the top are ruling you directly. That would be the church, the royal families, all that. People will eventually wake up and rise up, and they will see the enemy for who he is. People will never do that today, because the first people they would rise up against would be their governments, their politicians and all that. They won't even know that what'll happen is the church, the royal families will just buy out a whole nother league of puppets to lead the next generation of minions down the same political system. It's basically a buffer class, but I can expound more on it from there, though, you know, and go in a little detail about the transition.
That church will tell you, based on the scripture, that you should suffer peacefully because undeserved suffering is redemptive. That's what they will tell you. And to keep you docile and meek. They'll tell you you're on the bottom because that's the way God has it. And not knowing that these people chose themselves as the so-called people of God. And all they did is tell the people that, and the people believed them. So that's why you'll have, you know, people supporting Israel the way they do, unwavering. And a nation of people has nothing to do with land, has to do with lineage. And they stole land. We all know the story back in 1948, but that's what they'll tell us, that these are the people that God chose so they can raise hell for the duration. And because they're God's people, we got to back off and just allow it to happen.
And that's my thing. Like the church, when they rose to power, they was doing the will of the royal families and dynasties, but they was telling people this is the will of God. Because in order for you to be a good buffer zone, you got to hide the true power. So when the people was looking for explanations for why life is getting hard or inflation happening or ways to explain why the system that they're born in seemed to be like a system of oppression, the true powers didn't want them to know it's because we're oppressing your ass. So they found the way to say it's because God oppressing you because you didn't do right, because some way to victim blame, right? And then so what the political system does is it comes out and act out the script that these people wrote out in the Bible that tells you what the people who God sanctioned to whip your ass is going to do to you. And remember, they going to do it and you can't stop it because it's prophecy. And God said this is what's going to happen to you for turning away. So the whole thing is like the people, if these people was just doing what they doing without a religious narrative, a religious script, or a political script on CNN, everyone would directly be waking up every day. They would be directly waking up every day, right, and attacking these people, right? But people don't do that, right? So that's my thing. People just believe in that political narrative, believe in that religious narrative, right? Hold up, Nasir, because you got like a ringing going. That's why I was muting you. So check this out, right? The political narrative, the biblical narrative, right? People explain away all of the evil in the world by blaming it on a so-called good God. And when they see human beings acting out that evil in the flesh, they will say, oh, that's Trump messing up. Trump got in power and he sold us out. Look at all the people that rock with Trump. And now they turned on him because it's obvious to see what he's doing. My whole thing is, even after that, is nothing people going to do because they just going to say, well, it's written in scripture that the world leaders are going to do this. And it's because it's God's will. Not that it's just their plan, evil plan against humanity. So these narratives, the political narrative, the biblical narrative, or your religious narrative of prophecy, it allowed them to do evil shit and go unchallenged because people just going to say, that's what in the Bible they supposed to do. That is written out, So it's easier for me to do it with no one challenging me, just as versus me doing it without these scripts and narratives running out with y'all at the same time as my evil plan unfold. Because as this plan unfold, you're going to call it prophecy. it's very, intelligent, evil genius type shit though.
Facts. It's
At the
like they
same,
tag teaming.
same
My bad.
time, at the same time, they make a hell of a profit too, brother.
Facts. And they tag teaming. Like they using one to distract you on one end, but in the back of your mind, you already got set in stone that hey, this guy's playing. This is why they say obey your masters and pray for your president, pray for the country. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a tag team that's going on, man, and the shit is brilliant. I gotta give it to them, even though I don't like it, man.
Wickedly wise, brother. That's wickedly wise.
Well,
If you just the Pledge of Allegiance, the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, church and state's supposed to be separated. Okay, with the Pledge of Allegiance, you pledge your all or your allegiance to the flag. Okay, to the republic for which it stands, and then they get into religion, one nation under God. That is like totally contrary to what they say, what they stand for. And as far as like Christians, as opposed to Judaism, if you read the Talmud, I don't understand how any Christian could support what's in that book, what it says about their man Jesus in the Talmud. It says a lot of wicked things about Jesus in the Talmud. Call him a monkey. Say he should burn an excrement, human excrement. Says a whole lot of nasty things about Jesus, but they have wavering support for Israel. I'll tell you why. Because they were put there. They were put there for a reason in that region. And the people wasn't looking for land. They were exiled and kicked out wherever they went. Wherever they went, they were kicked out because they were starting trouble all over the world. Just so happened they ended up there in that region. Wherever those people were, including Germany, got kicked out of Germany and was sent over there to the Middle East because they are troublemakers. And you see the trouble they've been causing ever since they've been there, right? Troublemakers of the planet.
Well, I just wanted to say that I believe that all of this religious stuff, man, that came from that side of the world. I also believe that they keeping us distracted on a daily basis with this shenanigans and this nonsense with this religious stuff, because there was history already on this side of the land and people not focused on that. And I believe that this was implemented upon us, so we won't. So the longer it takes for us to wake up, man, the longer it is for us to actually remember who the heck we was, because we are prisoners of wars. You know what I'm saying? There's a war that been going on for like 500 years now. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree.
You know, like a lot of people, you know, they really tricked our minds, man. They found a way to really tamper into your heart and your emotions, man, and control you in some way, shape, or fashion that I really can't truly explain. But what I can tell you is that a lot of technology and the food we eat really plays an importance in that too. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so much, we're being attacked in so many directions, and a lot of people just not catching up to what's going on. Like we have our own history going on. So why we, you know what I'm saying? Like we be complaining, but we stealing other people's identity too. The Africans,
Whose identity
we
stealing?
I'm sorry?
You mean we as FBA?
What identity are we stealing?
Yeah, because you saying we, I was saying who is the we and who identity they stealing. I was just trying to get you to specify your statements.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people claiming that they're black and they're not really black. A lot of people claiming that they this and not really that. You know what I'm saying? We have been mixed in so much generations have passed, man, that we have mixed so much. It's hard for us to find who we truly are.
You know what? Let me tell you something.
You can't equate a classification as a theft, brother. We were classified as black.
And then when you say it's hard for us to find out who we are, we're finding out who we are right now, foundational Black Americans, and that's what we all going up under, right? I'm just saying that, look, when I say we finding out who we are, the whole thing about foundational Black American shit, it make you trace your own lineage back through your own family bloodline. If that leads you right here to the foundation of what we call America, then guess what? You just identified who you are. Congratulations, just like every other group. That's how I look at it.
That's a fact.
We made too many strides as black. Too many strides. I know people saying we need to give that up, but I ask this question: whatever we say we are, whoever we say we are, what are we going to do as who we say we are? And if it's not establishing and exercising force and power, regardless, it's not going to be respected. We have to have a force and a power that people are going to respect in this world, regardless of what we call up. But the strides we have made under the name black, and foundation only means that we was here from the beginning. We built the damn country. That's all foundation is. Here from the beginning. That's us. We were here from the beginning. We wasn't brought here. Some people were brought here, but most of us was not brought here. We were already here in the United States.
And that's when you get a lot of people that like to say, but everybody got some African in them, because it all started in Africa, and this gonna lead to, why FBAs are gonna always have to debate Pan-Africans and the out of Africa theory, man.
But you know what, Bro Sanchez? Let's say that we were brought from Africa 500 years ago, okay? Mm-hmm. We are far removed from Africa if we were brought here 500 years ago.
You're right. Even if you look at it their way.
So that kills that argument, bro.
Yep.
That kills that argument. Even 500 years ago, we are far removed from Africa, bro.
You sure right, man. Even if you give them they shit. Yeah, my bad, Keith.
No, my bad, bro. And I'm saying they don't want you to do your own history. They want you to be so caught up in their ancestry kits and all that you're not going to find out who your grandmother's mother was and who your grandmother's mother was. This is the easiest thing to do, and it's cheaper than spending the money for the ancestry.com kit. When I got 150 to 200 years of my ancestors who are in a grave site in Holly Grove, Arkansas, I don't need nobody telling me about no Africa, bro. We are foundational Black Americans. We know who we are, and they need to deal with that, bro.
And I gotta say this too. You made me. This triggered something in me too when you was talking. Like when Godfrey and Lord Jamar fell out with each other, I always knew it was some tether, underhanded shit. Like with Godfrey, I was crazy like that. He won the people over Jamar because it was some flat earth shit. But if y'all see how Godfrey been thinking all along, he been thinking like, the hell with FBA. His mentality always been hurt people. If you want to have black for your own self, you're divisive. See, we would call people like Vlad a culture vulture. I think Godfrey more of a culture vulture than Vlad, because he will impersonate blacks. He would make money off black culture, which he owed his whole damn career to black culture, right? But then we'll turn around and say some shit like this about FBA. Now, Vlad, he may say some shit about FBA, but he gonna make some niggas who FBA rich too while he do it, and he gonna pay you and motherfucking be. So, he got, in other words, he got a lot of black folks that around him that's benefiting from his narrative. He ain't got to be a yes man. He can say how he feel, and goddamn it, you know what I'm saying. But to me, it's like Godfrey Slyway hating FBAs, whereas yeah.
Did you hear your boy say Charlie Kirk is not a racist?
That's what Vlad said.
No, that's what Lord Jamar said. He said nobody's gonna make him believe it.
You know what?
Lord Jamar said that.
You know what? I don't agree on Lord Jamar with that, and I like to debate him on that, man. I think that, and I don't know.
And that's
you
easy
know,
work for you, bro.
I'm gonna
Sanchez.
reach
That'd be a
out to
waste
him.
of time for you, bro. That's a waste of time for you. You'll smoke him.
I would love to do it, man. If he listen, I'm gonna start going on his live stream super chat, telling him like, let's go on ahead, do whatever, because real talk, that'll be fire for his stream, the Godcast. I'll go over there with him, cam up, and we can respectfully, debate it. He got the mute button and he got all that. And, I'm going to be respectful, all 100% to Lord Jamar. But that'll be something I would love. Like, that's one of them things, because, Vlad ain't going to give him no pushback on that. If anything, Vlad might agree with him on that. But, stuff like that, when I shake my head at it, because Lord Jamar come from brand Nubian and the type
I know
shit.
the God, man. I know that God too, bro. And a lot of things he say, the way he's moving, bro, he's been moving lately. It's like, in our lessons, it says, can a devil fool a Muslim? And the answer to that question is no, not nowadays. It seems to me that a devil did fool a Muslim, bro. With the way Lord Jamal's been moving lately, bro.
I think he got fooled by Godfrey and Vlad, and I think right now he might be kind of slyway venturing into some charged and white type shit in his own way, with triggering little statements like,
Yeah, you're right, brother. Some people do things for that shock and for it because it's content. It's not my style, but I know some brothers are doing that. And he jumped in a ring with the white boy and wasn't ready. I told him, brother, to talk to you, but she didn't want to. I told him before he did that he needed to talk to you, bro.
I want to get
about the flat earth thing. I told him to talk to you,
and
bro.
I still want to get with him, man, and do a show on his channel. He can leave it up on his stream. It'll be exclusive. I will plan the whole lecture out where I will debunk Professor Dave. He can lead that shit up once and for all on his channel, so it'll be there. And it'll go back and forth from my shit to his shit. It'll be pre-edited. He ain't gotta do nothing but play the shit live. I'm gonna be edited for him. So that's all he gotta do, and that'll be the dagger for Professor Dave. You know what I'm saying? It's simple what the argument was in that Godfrey show. That's how come I know Godfrey is an agent, man. Because a lot, and I hate to say this, a lot of tethers think it ain't no way that the black man can be smarter than this white man over here.
Just their mindsets, brother. I'm gonna tell you, a lot of them come over here like others. Some of them think that the American dream is to come over here to be white. That's the American dream to some of them.
It is, because they need to stay where we at so they can come over here and gain their position. They get their tracks off. They get their traction off our backs. So if we stand up, then we a threat to them. That's a problem, because we ain't gonna be the bottom no more. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why they want us to adapt these ideologies and this mindset, and that's why it's a problem. They fear for us to recognize who we are and then want to separate ourselves, because we'll be able to point them out as the tethers that they are, man.
Yes, sir.
Are you talking about the culture or America?
I'm really talking about the culture, because that's what it, just like when bro was talking about Vlad, like we got so many people of our culture who benefit off Vlad, but but Godfrey benefit off us. So for him to open his mouth and go against us, that's like blasphemy. That's like total disrespect. Like, how you think you even living the way you living right now? Because we're buying your tickets. African people ain't buying your tickets. White people ain't buying your tickets. Foundational Black Americans are the people who putting this money in your pocket. So how dare you go on a
True.
live platform and disrespect us that way? That's totally disrespect, bro.
True. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
So
Vlad, Godfrey, if you listen to him talk, especially when he's trying to give us history, it's straight up McGraw-Hill. Like he read a McGraw-Hill book. He's clueless about the real history of our people. He actually think that we were brought over here. If you listen to him talk, he thinks that we were brought over here. Now, it's some crimes against humanity that's happened to us, those of us who are here. But that boat ride, he still believes in. He actually think that's true.
somebody, let me give a shout out to my brother Goon Ho real quick, y'all. Shout out to my nigga. He said, I live in Alaska. Why is it dark for 6 months? Where is the sun? Can you explain?
Yeah, I brought that argument up years ago, and it's the opposite during the summer. During the winter hours, you only get a few hours of daylight in Alaska, and during the summer hours, you get a few hours of nighttime. I mean, like darkness. Like during the summer, you get probably like 2 or 3 hours of darkness. All the rest it's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's bright outside. That's how it is in Alaska.
Yeah, Rob Skiba got a good model that explains that the best if I heard anybody do it.
What's that name, brother? I would love to look that up because I'm interested in that. I was always interested.
Rob Skiba.
Skiba?
Yep. Check him out.
SKIBA or SCIBA?
SKIBA.
Okay. All right.
Rest in peace to him too. He passed away. And this is it right here. I don't know. Am I sharing with y'all? Let me see here.
Yeah, I don't
And I'll say this too. When the sun is going around the flat earth, it's going up and down like this right here. And when a person in Alaska, I'm guessing where Alaska would be at any given point, right? Like you think of where the sun would be at any point in the year based on where Alaska at, you gotta think the sun can be non-visible and below the horizon line, but the sunlight can still be getting to you, you know, before the sun actually is visible in the sky. Now, that's why a lot of people say, and I agree with this, daylight ain't sunlight. Because even during like a solar eclipse, when the sun disappear, the whole sky still lit up, just as if the sun was there. You know, people got their eclipse goggles on. There's no sun in the sky at all. It's totally eclipsed.
That'd be something good to get into, Sanchez. Like breaking the how, like what is day? Because even when it's daytime and it's raining, it's still light out and it's covering the sun. So what does bring the daylight?
And you know what's crazy? When you bring up that, it's crazy because the clouds that's covering the sun, you have this white grayish light illuminating everybody right now. They're going to say it's refraction of the sunlight through the clouds. I know that. But keeping to our same theory, right? When the clouds is move or have a break, you get that warm, yellowish, reddish sunlight back. So I don't know. I think it is. In other words, I don't think it's a far-fetched thing to distinguish between sunlight and daylight. But to yeah, go ahead.
I got a question. It said one Alaskan town seen 24 hours of sunlight during the summer solstice. Is there a
I
way
think they
to
get
explain
6
that?
months. I think they get like a whole 6 months a day or something like that.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
24-hour
Yeah,
sun.
yeah,
That's
And
the
yeah, but
whole final
what's the name of that?
experiment thing.
What's the name of that
Yeah.
island on It's a Norwegian.
That
It's an
ain't been
island.
proven in its public, but yeah, go ahead.
What's the name of that? I have to look at. It's an island, right? It's called something off the Arctic. It's by the Arctic, like above Europe, and they call it the timeless place. It's a something. It start with an S. It's an island, and they say they don't use their time. They don't use time. Like they don't. They throw away their calendars and all that because how it be. It might be like nighttime for a long time or daytime for a long time, or it'll be halfway dark. It'd be like a sunset, but it'd be like that for like 2-3 days. It's an island called something island, like Norwegian Island or something like that. I'm gonna look it up in a second. I'm driving right now, but
I'm
it's an
still
island that they call the timeless island. You throw away. They don't use clocks or nothing.
But watch this though. If when the sun is higher in the sky, the contrast would be is, the way that sunlight triangulate, you got to think that the base of that light gonna expand, but it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? So at some point of the year, when the sun is high in the sky, what you call in winter solstice or at its highest point or whatever,
It's called the Summer Ray Island, Sanchez. You ever heard of
right.
that? Summer
What
Ray
you say?
Island.
Summer Ray Island?
Yeah, it's spelled SOMMARY. Summer Ray Island. It's like in Norwegian or something like that. Just Google, look it up. The island they call it Timeless Island because how the time is. You see it?
Yeah. But see, but the whole, I want to talk about the final experiment. That's what Enemy's Public brought up, the 24-hour sun, right? We can't prove it's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's 24 hours daylight.
it wasn't
what I'm
in
saying?
Antarctica, my brother. It was a town in Alaska. They said they had
Oh,
24
okay.
hours.
Yeah.
24-hour period of
Yeah, the brother in
daylight.
the chat room sent the super chat about the Alaskan one. But I thought you was talking about that one, my bad. I'm pulling that up now because that's what Retton talking about. So here is what Retton must be talking about
Yeah,
right here.
don't they have like the same effect as Alaska? That's what I'm saying. They have like the same
Yeah.
type of effect.
Yeah, but see, when they say that it's a 24-hour sun, that's what I keep telling y'all. 24 hours of daylight don't necessarily mean a 24-hour sun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Just daylight, like how you explaining the daylight without the sun. Like just having daylight, right?
But in Alaska, that's what I'm saying. Like I had a friend in Alaska, and it's 6 months night, 6 months day, all year round. But I don't know if the sun is in the sky all year round is what I'm asking y'all, is what I want to go into. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, real quick
So-
though, Sanchez, I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is, so I'm gonna say this respectfully.
I think that the nature of the atmosphere is just, crazy. Now, one thing we do know is that the sun ain't 93 million miles away. But hold on, my brother. This is what I'm going to say. I would like to spend like a year in Alaska and all that, but I wouldn't go with none of them white boys that offered me that trip. But go ahead, my brother.
No.
But where did they go? They never.
No, they went to Antarctica. I'm not scared to go to Antarctica. I ain't scared of the cold, but I ain't going with them. Now, but I am though, cause it ain't nothing but like military folks and listen. I would go to Alaska. I would do my own experiments on the sun, and I would make my own video about it. But maybe that's something I'll put on my list to do, because
Where
I
they
would
took
like
they must be took a private flight. Did they take a private flight there?
One thing I'll say though, written private flight versus commercial flight, it's a mixture. At some point, the commercial flight, you talking about to Antarctica, right? With the pastor,
Yeah,
right?
like,
Yeah, they
yeah, they
offered
ain't had
they
no.
offered me to go. Yeah, I
To
could have went.
Antarctica or
So
Alaska?
they showed you an itinerary, an actual flight ticket, a path to showing where exactly they're going at. Like, like where
Well,
did y'all go?
a lot of people was questioning that too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Were they actually in Alaska? And then,
Because
you
you're
know,
gonna
we
get an
can.
email. You're gonna get an email to tell you, like if you're going to Argentina, it's gonna show you what part of Argentina you going to. Like, where did they go? You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
that's like being vague saying I'm from
But
Africa. And
Alaska,
Africa got 53 different
Alaska state.
countries. You see what I'm saying? That's vague. Like, where did y'all go specifically? You see what I'm
But
saying?
Alaska is a state, though. It has to be like a particular city, actually, because Alaska is a state.
Right. It is.
But I'm just saying, where did they
Uh,
go when they
yeah,
went? Like,
by it being a state though, it doesn't take away from the fact that the sun over the flat earth does what it's supposed to do. But the sunlight is maybe a whole nother phenomena. So when we say Alaska, Antarctica, that's what I was saying. It's the sun can't be visible 6 months all year in Alaska sky, and we still see it, and other and everybody. You see what I'm saying? So that's
right, like
why
it's
I
not
was.
moving.
That's why I keep specifying on when people say, why do Alaska got 6 months day, 6 months night? That's like somebody asking me, why is it still lit up outside even though the sun ain't visible in the sky during the eclipse? If a person say, well, no, Sanchez, I see the sun all the time during them 6 months. It's just right there. Then I got a problem. Now I'm scratching my head now. You feel me? That's why I'm telling y'all this.
That goes to the question, what causes the daylight then, if it's not the sun?
That's what we're talking about, right? That's what
Right.
Sanchez
That's
is
what,
getting
and
into that.
that's where the flat Earth have been for a while. And but the thing you gotta give flat Earth credit for, you ain't never heard a globalist tell you sunlight ain't daylight and can prove it with these kind of observations. So once we tell you what it is, then your children, my children, and even at some point I can figure that out. See, what the globalists don't want to tell everybody is that when they go around talking about they know everything about the planets, the stars, space, the sky, they don't know shit. And they just trying to refigure out what all this shit is after a great reset that happened, because the ancients had all the answers to this shit. So what the flat earthers know is one thing: the earth is flat. That's why we call flat earthers. All that other stuff we debate about, we speculate about, flat earthers even fall out with each other about. But at the end of the day, I don't know why they do it, because we know the earth flat, and that's why we call flat earthers. But at the same time, when the person asks me, well, yeah, man, that's deep that you found out daylight is different than sunlight, but do you know the difference? No, but it is deep. We found that out, right? Let's find out the difference. Because when you think about that observation, it's nothing I never thought about before. Like, damn, how come when the sun go completely away, it don't turn nighttime? We see the stars and shit. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? It's like still visibly day for the most part. It's like a thunderstorm or some type deal, but that stuff I can't really tell you. I can give you my theories, you know what I'm saying, or what I think. Now, here goes my theory.
Let's hear it.
I think that the earth has a natural aura, and it's like this right here. Let me show you. If you look at this, I think we literally live in a holographic reality, and that the sky is the aura of the light that's projecting the hologram. So if you look at this holographic reality right here, when you inside of this hologram, you experience what's called physicality. That's what Morpheus was trying to tell Neo about the Matrix and shit. If you was walking around So this is why God said, let there be light first and then the elements later, because the light was shaped into buildings, cars, people, bones, birds, you know, whatever. But because this shit is a holographic simulation, the aura of it is what we call in the sky. So when we look up, we see this clear bluish sort of haze filling in the blank no matter where we look up. And if you look, for example, close enough to this building, you always see this aura that's coming from the hologram itself. And so when we look up in the sky, just like a fish, look clear blue, not just blue. That's the key word, clear blue. Science basically tell you our whole reality is a hologram by saying if you zoom in on anything close enough, you zoom through it and it's just a bunch of atoms vibrating and they apart and all that, you know, and then they tell you that only 1% of everything we see is the physical universe. That's their mumbo jumbo way of saying when ancient people were saying that this shit is holographic, basically. It's hollow. You know what I'm saying? But if it's a holographic simulation made of light, anything made of light will be a source of light, which would cast an aura, like a candle flame with a haze of light around it. So I think the sky is the Earth's aura, just like you got an aura. And that's why if you keep going high enough, you will make it out of that layer called the blue sky. Because look what happens when you leave the blue little light layer. You get to the darkness that they call in space. But that's because you went so far away from the Earth's aura, outside of that layer of light that is a haze around a hologram, and you go into this darkness, and this is what NASA calls space up here. You know, so Nut, this blue goddess called Nut, is because she's like the haze, which looks like a dome over the whole damn Earth hologram. All that haze culminate to look like this big dome that's just arching creation. So the Egyptians would show you this big blue goddess arched over with all the people inside of her, like the buildings and all that and shit, showing you exactly what I'm saying. You know, or you can look at her like this darkness back here, which is the arch, but she's basically this what we call in space, or the shit that's layering reality, or the sky goddess, you know what I'm saying? But that's my theory about the sky, because when you go high enough, it literally fades to black, and it fades gradually, just like we see in this aura situation with the hologram.
So that's being beyond the spectrum of light, right? When it's black, you're beyond the light spectrum.
Well, I wouldn't put it in those words, because I think I would call that being bulky. And when you being bulky, it can confuse motherfuckers, and that ain't necessarily true. You know what I'm saying? Even though it sounds good, you
right.
know. But so I'm just being clear and just easy so they can understand. But that,
hey,
you know,
Sanchez. Hey, real quick, man. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, right? And it kind of do make sense in a way, but I'm just still stuck on the fact is that if you are a flat Earth, right? So do you believe in the universe, or do you believe past the ice, outside the ice walls? Like, do you believe there's other existence out there? Do you believe
I
in
believe in the universe and the multiverse, both.
both?
They both go together. You got to have them both.
Okay, because I'm still stuck on like, you know, this whole entire world, and a lot of people may not know this, but there's wires running all throughout the whole darn world, and people don't even know this, underground, under the water, and all of that. Who that been there like, this is not even into the public's knowledge yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is. You know what I'm saying? Because it's been out, but you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of the people are just
What
not
you say
putting
just
it.
now? I ain't heard you. What?
Oh yeah, there's wires
You talking about the
under the
cables on the
sea,
ground? On the
on
oh,
the ground. They running from Russia to every nation. They connected all together. So that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, it's like these countries are beefing with each other, but yet they still got a treaty in Antarctica that they don't want to. You know what I'm saying? So is the war even really real? Is this a stage? You know what I'm saying? Because if they all, come on now, they all the governments in the world got a treaty now,
So
and they snitching on each other.
listen real quick. Let me show you something about the treaty that's surround. It's a huge circle surrounding the Earth. It's called Antarctica. Antarctica ain't a continent, but the Antarctica Treaty, which is all of the governments of the world surrounding us, is ancient. Here it is right here. These, when you ever hear someone talk about the Knights of the Round Table, can y'all see my screen share? Oh, yeah, I'm still screen share. Shout out to that brother. Let me pull up this treaty for him. I don't know if he. Yeah, let me show you something about this treaty, man. Now,
can I?
I'm finna give y'all my theory about this Antarctica treaty and what I really believe, right? I believe that all of these world leaders ain't even human. I believe there's some kind of advanced humanoids that kept the knowledge after the reset. So it ain't like they're going to be scared of it. The only difference between us and them, they got knowledge that we lack. And they using that knowledge for bad where you would use it for good. But this whole Antarctic treaty, right? I believe that around the edges of this hologram that we call Earth is like some sort of ethereal barrier. We call it the firmament dome. And let's say everybody inside of here, right? Our light, when it expands from us, our aura, it goes outward, and everyone's light on the earth, it goes to the edge of that firmament dome, and it bounces. It can't go no further than that. But I think at that point is when they find a way to sort of harness that light. When the Bible say you are the light of the world, every single human walking around this matrix is like a light bulb. You're like an aura. You emit you're a source of light. Our light is so bright, it shines all the way to the end of the torus field where it bounces back in. This is how you get the torus field. When you see the energy going from the center outward and then coming back in, being recycled, they're literally making the torus field out of our light. That's what Matrix was Morpheus was trying to tell Neo in the Matrix when he showed him that battery. So the whole thing about this is that the Knights of the Round Table, there's some sort of what we call, when we trying to make it out of here, you trying to withdraw your light from this hologram because that light had to come from somewhere. You can't mine light like diamonds. You can't grow it like marijuana plants, right? The only way you can get light, this kind of light that they call the light of creation, is from harnessing it from sentient beings. Now, this goes into the part where they say, well, we in the matrix and the demiurge is harnessing our energy and all that. Yeah, you're like a battery inside of a game, and every avatar inside the game helps power the game, right? That's an agreement. Now, guess what? When every avatar leaves the game can't power itself because the battery's gone. So it's like let me tell y'all some deep shit, right? Everything I'm telling y'all is spiritual knowledge that translates to what we was talking about capitalism and the whole system of this fiat government. If everybody take their money out the bank right now, this whole system will crash. If every soul leave this earth, when every soul transition through this place, it can't be here any longer. So all the religious talking about that the earth ain't even a temporary place is always getting destroyed and reset based upon the fact that it has to be enough people even to manifest this hologram. So when you see all of these knights around the table, they are supposed to be the workers of light that's bending the light back into the middle of the Taurus field. If you look at this whole picture, everybody know that this is a Taurus field, right? Let me show y'all something. When people ask me questions, I don't know if they really want the truth or not. I give it to them, but I don't know if it makes me look silly as hell giving it to them. You know what I'm saying? But I'll still oblige you though. You know, but the truth is stranger than fiction. Here's a Taurus field. All of the people around that copper cube, this is the knowledge that they showing you right here. Everybody around this table, this is the whole concept of the flat earth. All of these different kings represent a different magnetic ley line on an AE map, and it represents the light that got trapped up in this particular place being formed and fashioned into a hologram that we call the Taurus field. And this right here ain't nothing but the earth itself. This ain't that, this whole reality. And the Bible tried to explain this by saying, ye are the light of the world and all that, let there be light. The same time the light appeared from the sentient beings, because they telling y'all there was a God that spoke the universe into creation. There, all of us collectively helped create this experience, not just one deity. But this, what this image represents, is like a whitewash form. I can show you an Egyptian one too, before these guys. Hold on. I'll show you Egyptian. You will see in this Egyptian one, a bunch of people in a circle holding up the sky right here. It's black and white, but we can still see what I'm saying. Let me see here. It's the same concept. Here it is right here. The Dendra Zodiac is the correct word. But yeah, this is like when you see Atlas holding up the world. This predate Atlas though. You know, but the whole thing is the same concept I'm trying to share with you here about how every single one of us, y'all, is collectively helping to create the inner world from without. We are, when people say what's on the outside of the dome, is you sleep meditating, having this whole experience. This is what the Knights of the Round Table is, just a artistic way of showing you how the earth is creating. You know, at some point, everyone knew this, but trying to bring this back, people will laugh at you, man. So at some point, you be like, well, damn, I myself gotta be a secret society, because you can't share this with no ignorant dumbass who don't think outside the box, right? Because they gonna think some fun and some to play with. So this is why the ancestors even created secret societies. But it's unfortunate that the evil people monopolized all this knowledge today. But here is the Egyptians showing you their form of this same concept. This is the modern Antarctic Treaty right here. So when we talk about the Antarctic Treaty, if you inside of a simulation, then guess what? When you can't go to the barriers of it. There have to be some sort of gate guards, as they call it in the Bible, archangels, some, you know, to keep the players inside the game zone, like from going out of bounds. If you think of how the Antarctic wall is, it's like the white big line around a football field. You don't want to go. It's like going out of bound, right? And so they treating this shit like a Truman Show, basically.
Is so Sanchez, is the Antarctic Treaty the opposite of the North Pole Galactic Federation? Like,
Yeah,
you know how the North Pole got the
hell yeah,
Galactic
because
Federation,
check this out. Yeah, that's for sure. If you start to travel inward toward the North Pole, they got the North Pole surrounded, and they got armies all around the ice wall. But what they tell you is that we're doing research at the South and North Pole. That's what they say. And we got a treaty because we need to research these areas. You got to think about this, right? The South and North Pole is like a control variable type shit. Like, maybe I'm simplifying it too much, but if the government is going to do research on one end, they got to do research on the other one to complete that. So that gives them an excuse to just have total dominion over these two. They telling you capped in. These the two caps, right? You go up here, stop. You go down there, stop. But really, if you go out here, stop. If you go out there, stop. It's a wall around you, and you ain't on no globe meeting no two caps. You see what I'm saying? But what they don't want us to know, though, is what is the true shape of the earth. These treaties are basically there so that people can think we're on a globe, plain and simple. Because if they knew that the earth was what it was, it'll lead back to all these answers we got about this Truman Show. Even when you watch the movie Truman Show, it's the flat earth cosmology with the AE map and all that in it. They telling the truth in the movies, and they even got treaties that support the truth, but space programs that support the lie and the programming of you floating.
That's crazy.
So I got some people in the waiting room. I don't know. Let me see. Anybody else want to grab? Hey, shout out to the sister Demi.
Peace and love, everybody. Thank you for having me.
So let me see here, man. Here is a good one y'all can check out real quick on how simple this is in case there's any new people here. They know the earth is flat, right? So when they say that they say this, right? They say this. They say it ain't no directions on the globe. Y'all know that, right? When they say it ain't no up and down and it basically ain't no directions on the globe, everything relative, so to speak, like, you know what I'm saying? But if you look at these images, when they say where the North Pole is up there, the South Pole is down there, they're telling you, hey, that's up, this down. But so they, you see what I'm saying?
How is Antarctica is at the bottom of the globe, but it's the highest elevation on Earth. That don't even make sense.
That's what I'm saying. And that's because,
how is that possible?
And listen, and it's crazy. I'm gonna show you how it's possible. How is Antarctica the highest elevation on Earth? The ice wall is over 200 feet. It's an average of over 200 feet all the way around, but it gets higher than that at certain spots. So if you look at the sea level, look at where sea level is on the flat earth side. It's all that blue. And all of the land with the mountains on it and hills on it is way down there like in a pit, like in a petri dish, because it's level with sea level. So when you sell it in the ship to that ice wall, they literally got to have a fucking big ladder and a helicopter to get up on that big ass sheet, which is why when they tell you the lowest part of the globe is the highest point, it don't make no sense. You're right. It's just they trying to hide the fact that the most outermost part of the flat earth is a big high ass ice wall, basically, because out is down on a globe. They trying to make it fit. Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Basically, they double talking then, and that debunks them and made up and proves our point. If they're saying that, if the bottom of the cap is the highest and it's at the bottom, that don't even make no sense.
And shout out to Goonho. He said, "Oh, my bad, Goonho." Yeah, and then the way that we get daylight versus sunlight is basically a lot to do with refraction and reflection on the dome. And you know, there are some flat earthers that say that everyone is projecting their own sun in the sky. Now, guess what? Don't laugh at them either. Because you know, you got a group of people that's trying to resurrect ancient ways of seeing reality. And some of this, you got all kind of shit written in the past from different groups and tribes and people and philosophers and all that. And you got different groups exploring different concepts and shit. But one thing about the flat earth is everyone know we ain't wrong about the earth being flat. And then the fun part is trying to figure out all the other deep shit. You know what I'm saying?
When you talk about they say they see their own sun, I hear it too that it's like the sun reflecting, and when we see the sun reflecting, everybody got their own visual of that one sun reflecting off the inverted image, and everybody getting a image of the sun. But it's one sun, and it's being reflected, and then
Yeah.
all of us get of the arc of our meridian or horizon, and
Yeah.
see a sun. You see what I'm
Did,
saying? Because everybody
did,
got like an arc of their
was that
own 180 degrees.
was that Jake the asshole? Let's give them their props. Who came up with this? Because I saw it, and as Lindsay too, right?
Lindsay Harris. Lindsay Harris came up with
And
it.
I interviewed Lindsay, but I saw a video with Jake saying the same. So it was similar to that, right? And basically identical to it. I basically him and Lindsay the only two I can credit for like with that similar concept, but definitely Lindsay I know. And I ain't gonna lie, when I first interviewed Lindsay, I gotta keep it real, man. I was very intrigued and interested in this concept, but I wasn't 100% sold on it. And then as time went forward, it was like, damn, I'm open-minded to it, bro, because I started to think about an overlaying software like, you know how like in OBS, if you ever used it, you can have layers on layers and shit. Because think about this, right? If you got in a plane or anything and you traveled toward the sun or the moon, you would see it but never get to it.
Never get there. Yep. Just like a watermark on a flyer. Like if I
That's
got a
what,
flyer and
right.
I put a mark on it and just can't get there. Yeah. Yep.
Uh-huh.
You get what I'm saying? Exactly.
Yeah, that's like if I'm the picture that's in the TV, the sun and moon would be like if you on the news, the ABC logos and shit
Yeah.
that's layered over that.
You got it.
Like
Exactly.
you walk toward that shit, but you will never get to it
Get
because it's
there.
in another layered dimension type shit.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. But I've been listening to him for a while. He got some good concepts, and he coming up with a working actual model of how he
yeah,
doing stuff. But he doing pretty good. I like his concept on certain things. You know,
yeah.
it resonates.
I'm gonna have to reach back out with him, man, and catch back up with him because we be talking every now and then on Facebook. But I gotta go and get him back over here, man, and give us some of that knowledge, bro. Cause I ain't gonna lie, dude he's a genius, Slyway, in my opinion.
Yeah, he
You know what I'm
is.
saying?
And he got it on the whiteboard. Like, he got it all the math broken down just because they want to try to make it seem like we don't have no math to it or working model. And he really makes sense when he does it. Like it's really he talk about the vortex and you know all the luminaries is inside the vortex and it reflects. And that's how we get the image and see it. Holography. Let me stop my background loud. All right, my bad, y'all.
Good. Polaris does not move. Yes, true. Yeah, shout out to Lindsay. I'm gonna let some more people on. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey, bro, do you equate do you take to the whole Tartarian ideology when it comes to Antarctica?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. See, what I think is, hold on, let me see something real quick though. Make sure that because I'm letting new people on, I want to screen them. Oh, but check this out. Yeah, man, I think that there may be a possibility that you see where The ice ring at on the right there. Let me pull up this thing right here. See what I really think though. Yeah, I think after the ice ring, there are other worlds. And see what Tartaria represent, right? Tartaria represent a time on Earth where we had the technology to connect to all of the worlds. In other words, today, right? Today they say, and good question, Key. Let me show you why that's a good question about Tartaria and verse how we see Antarctic and all that. Today, we look at our reality like this. But when the ancestors was looking at it like this right here, right? We say today, we say today, how do we make it to these other planets from Earth, right? So we have NASA space programs and all that. But the ancestors had already figured out how to make it to other planets, which are planes with nets over them, like what we see here. Each of these got their own dome over it. Y'all, I show y'all that all the time I show y'all from different viewpoints to be thorough. So I'll just show you this real quick. So we looking at this from a 2-dimensional front on view and slice it in half, it'll be like this. But if we hovering above it, looking down at it, and we can see through the domes of all of them, it'll be like this. So my whole thing is space travel is a hoax. In Tartaria, they knew what the Earth was, and they knew. Just imagine a world where people is like, all right, man, I'll catch you later. I'm about to go over here to world number 3, world number 4. These worlds were literally whirlwinds. They're like tornado walls. They're like torsion fields, which is why the red arrow's showing you how they turn. But the ancestors knew how to shift their consciousness from one reality to the next. And so they didn't just live in one world every day like we do every day. It'll be like every time they went to sleep, they was continuing to live out their life in other realities because they had multiple lives. They were what we call a multi-dimensional being. Now, this is what y'all calling the archons, the so-called witches, or the reptilians, or the whatever you want to call them, right? This is the ability that they have to partake in what we call the multiverse. This is why you see Krishna with all them heads. When they said that the beast rose up out the waters with all them heads, that's a person that's waking up to their multi-dimensional reality and being able to, you know what I'm saying, partake in all of these realms. See, today what we call, when people say, man, how do we get off the earth? And when Christians say, how do I go to heaven? Right? When everybody basically looking for a way off the earth, but when flat earthers come bring it up, they say, why is that important? We still got to go to work. But everybody talking about this, NASA, the church, everybody talking about getting off the earth. You see what they doing? But we got the truth on how to really do it. They telling people believe in Jesus. They telling people wait on NASA. We telling them go within, and that what did Christ tell them? The kingdom of heaven was where? See, but they ain't listening to the flat earthers who telling them what Christ was telling them. They falling to the synagogue of Satan, which is the Pharisees, Sadducees of old, posing as your modern space programs, astrophysicists, and all that shit today. Now watch this, people. In Tartaria, they didn't just live on one earth. That'll be like you having a TV that can only access one channel. The ancestors were so damn advanced. When I say that they were multi-dimensional beings, most of us can't even multitask let alone live simultaneously in 7 different dimensions at the same damn time. That shit they put in sci-fi movies, and this is what the ancestors was. That's why I feel about them the way that I do, man. That's why I'm obsessed with them, bro. How can you not be? When you really grasp what they was doing and what this earth is, you start to see ain't nothing greater than what they did by mastering themselves to have this ability. And this is where Neo, the whole Matrix movie is written for people who unlock this ability. The whole Christ story, the whole Buddha story, you name it. There's no myth in the universe. It's all based upon soul enlightenment and a soul that is waking up from the false reality. That's what's called the ultimate victory, meaning that it ain't none you can do ever that's better than that. Now, most of us don't know why it's so great because we don't even know what we are or the earth is. And I'll admit to y'all, I don't even know why it's so damn great fully still. But this was the ultimate goal to the Buddha, to the Hindu, to the Mayan, the Olmec. This was the ultimate goal. And you know what? Even today, with this knowledge I got, I still understand that it's a very profound thing to accomplish, but I still don't quite understand why it's so valuable, which is so crazy. And I know that, and I'm just showing y'all I can relate to a lot of y'all. But think about why it's so valuable according to the ancestors. They said that your physical human body is only one dimension of yourself that exists in one of these circles. But your soul, your spirit, and all these other parts of yourself, you haven't even basically experienced them yet in totality because they exist inside of this one layer that you haven't even mastered how to overcome, how to, you can't, when they say mind over matter, that was them telling them to shift their consciousness from the material plane to the mental plane. You know what I'm saying? So they was trying to expand their consciousness. You got it.
Literally the solar system, bro. Like, I see the syncretism through what you showed us when you sold the solar system to this, and then you talking about the different stages of consciousness, right? So they tell you, I heard people mention about doppelgangers and stuff, and when you talk about, and when you study the Kabbalah, the planets are different states of consciousness or states of being, like how when I was talking about the other night. So do you think when they talking about going to Mars that they're talking about actually shifting the consciousness into one of these alternate realities? What you think about that?
That's exactly what I think, because Elon Musk is the one talking about that, and he got the technology to do it, which is the brain-computer interfaces. Elon Musk, like I said, there's a lot of people on this earth, they are not human. And I know I sound crazy. I used to watch movies that I thought was just movies of people saying what I'm saying. And it's crazy that is these movies was telling us the truth. But that's why I pull up this image a lot. The images like this right here show you the technology they had in the past. I'm going to pull a couple of them up for y'all. So we see artwork today that is very symbolic and dear to us, but we don't know why it's dear to us. It's really dear to the people in power, but since we're copying off of them, we just say, well, this is holy, but we don't know why it's holy. But the root word of holy is holographic, meaning something is hollow. Now, guess what? A person with no light inside of them is a shell, or what's called a non-player character, or a hollow person. You know what I'm saying? The whole reality is holographic, but I'm showing you another way of looking at an empty person. This is why they can't escape this reality, because they're hollow and it's hollow. But the whole thing is this right here, right? You can, because you got something in you that is lighter than the light of this reality. And when it's unleashed, it's like, think of the law of density. Just say all of us under the ocean, and you pull this string though, and it activates this airbag on your back, which ascends you to the top. They got these things. I just don't know what they call them. You can literally buy these, but you pull a string and it shoots you back to the top. You know what I'm saying? Because it inflates. But that's like what the soul is. It's like you ain't even your real you here. You like a version of you that's in a scuba diving suit that we call the body. But the moment you want to leave from under the water, you pull a string on your scuba suit and you take that off. It falls down to the ocean floor and decompose as human flesh in the grave. But the part of you that was behind that suit floats back up, boom, instantly at the same time. Now, there are some people under this ocean with us, they don't have a string attached to them to pull, or what we call rip, R-I-P, when you rip the string and you split from the soul, from the body, to ascend up out of here. Some people can't rip, meaning they can't die. Now, that's why the Bible say, in the end of days, man will seek death, but he shall not find it. That's because people gonna put this chip in their head. What this does, this extracts the part of you, the light part of you that's able to ascend. And it's like an anchoring device. But it basically makes your energy be tethered to the energy of this place right here that we call the underworld or the earth. It tethers you here, which is why I keep saying that they're holographic just like the earth is, but we're not. You know what I'm saying? We can ascend up out of here to realms of substance. See, they got us thinking that the most dense realms are the heaviest with physical material, but I'm telling y'all just the opposite. The most dense realms are the most holographic. They're dim. It's like a light source. When it shines, the further it go away from the light source, the dimmer it get. So density means dumb. It means lack of sustenance, shallow, you vanity. Like the world we live in, everything we see is shallow, vanity, because they can't have you thinking deep in this matrix. All of the laws that govern this place is built inside of the people that run it. And if you cut their head open, they're not like us, right? This is what I'm saying. Now, I was all over the place, but just to answer your question about this is called the pre-Adamic race. And the pre-Adamic race are the non-player characters that's been here before we showed up into the simulation.
Damn, that was, bro. So,
yeah.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's why I said Jesus' lineage traced back to Adam and all that in the God of the Bible. Go ahead, Key. You got it for sure.
So do you think, I kind of know the answer to this, and it's crazy. As soon as you said anchor, my mind was saying anchor. And so I'm thinking, like, is that the reason why they promote for people to sell their plasma? And also, what do you think they doing with that plasma? Do you think us selling our plasma is anchoring us here also?
I think if a person go and sell their plasma, it don't necessarily anchors them, but what it does, it strengthens the enemy and gives them more power. Because think about this, right? They are like parasites, leeches, vampires. At this point, see, here go the thing right here, right? Every human that ain't sold a soul, you can connect directly to a higher dimension to power yourself. And when you stop connecting to that higher dimension, when your body stop connecting to it, then your body won't have a power source anymore, meaning that your soul left the body, right? So watch this. The people who no longer connected to that higher dimension. See, because being connected to that higher dimension is to be connected to the infinite realm. When we say energy can't cease to exist, it can't, but it can be trapped forever in a state that's below its potential, like a wire with a shortage in it. But check this out, right? The whole thing about these people, they've tethered their own light to the black cube of Saturn, and they basically splice themselves to the simulation itself. Now watch this. Let's say all of us put on some AI goggles and we go inside of a video game, you know, with the goggles on. And most of us just play the game, and then when we done playing it, we take the goggles off and we get the hell out, right? But some people, some of the gamers, right, they fall so in love with the damn game that they actually they find a way to never leave the game, even when their physical body die on this side. Their consciousness gets stuck in the game. So check this out, right? It's like if you go in this game and you agree to the AI that governs the game, when I die, keep recycling me as a player in the game. And you make a eternal pact with them based upon this cube getting placed in your avatar. Now, this cube means that whenever your physical body die and the light within you try to escape out the top of your head to go back to the higher realm, it's gonna be intercepted by this cube. And what this gonna do is take your soul, your light, and recycle you back again into this same earth realm. It's several copies of this same earth, which is why we have deja vu. So when people be like, but Sanchez, if I come back to the earth, how that's gonna be with my mom and all them? You come back to the hereafter is what they call it. The hereafter mean it's the same earth, but it's a different one. It's the one you go to after this one. So basically they create another parallel reality just for you, for your avatar, just like a game maker create a console just for you. For each player, he makes their own individual console. So every player is creating their own version of this universe, and each of their universes are connecting online in an online space. So when you die, there's someone that always die in this world at the same time you die. All of those players that die at that time, they become babies again in a whole nother earth that's populated with NPCs more than humans. So just think, if there are 10 billion humans on the earth right now, just think, listen, there are scientists that got sci-fi type concepts that talk about this, but I'm giving it to you with real ancient symbolism and shit tied to it, with religious symbols and shit. But check this out, right? Jesus said he gonna visit you throughout all of the ages. He was a time traveler, and the Bible talk about the old earth fading away and a new earth rising in, because the earth shed its skin like a snake with layers, and all of the old ages that passed can be revisited at any time. So this is why time travel is even possible. Time travel is possible because if you understand the nature of the universe, when time passes, it don't cease to exist. It's simply that day goes beyond our place in space right now, or where we at right now as far as your consciousness. For example, when you was a baby, right, that whole universe where you was a baby at is still out there, and you can go to sleep tonight and go back to it and dream and wake up and be like, yo, it felt like I was there. It still is there. So I know this may sound like redundant, but there's new people always watching and stuff. But the whole thing I want to tell y'all is this: deja vu is proof of what I'm saying is true, right? Now, the thing about the people that get this cube, they can't. This thing is like recycling them over and over, because the moment you implant this in your head, the light inside of you, your soul, gets intercepted by this thing. And the dude that made this technology, they even got scary movies about him. This thing called Hellraiser, right? He got the black cube that he hold in his hand. If you ever watched this movie, and it shows you like this literally is what Elon Musk is. But let me show y'all why I put this up. Why he got the spikes on his head. Those spikes on the head is what I keep showing y'all right here. Look, the Statue of Liberty is a form of this same deity. Their form of liberation was through technology. Our form was through a mortal death. So what's this statement? A soldier dies, a coward dies a million deaths, but a soldier dies but one. That's based upon what I'm telling y'all now. They was scared. The people that was scared to die was trying to cheat death. They was seeking immortality in Egypt. That's coward shit, right? And there was other folks that was saying like what we saying today. Listen, man, you can't live forever. You gotta get old one day and die. You ain't gonna put no chip in my head. That's some shit my grandma would tell you. Like, hey, we all gotta go. You know what I'm saying? These people wanted to cheat the universe, and they cheated themselves out of ascension, and they can't go to the higher planes. This technology, they like ghost in a machine. This is technology that condemns souls, and this was when when the people invaded Tartaria. This is the technology that culminated to the last reset and the Great War. This is what I'm saying. The people, these souls never went nowhere. They right here today ruling amongst us as world leaders, but they are ancient souls that's been inside of this simulation for a long time. But the whole thing is they want the recruit. It's a recruitment process, because they offering you the black cube. You see what he doing? This is their whole recruitment process. And it starts when you're a child with religion, holidays. It start in layers of mind programming to where you ultimately start this. You born inside of a world where you're just used to seeing technology. You're used to seeing everything around you as normal, but you don't know you born inside of a world that has been taken over by transhumans for the past couple of years after the Great War. When this technology was lost in Tartaria, it ended up in the wrong hands. So imagine an egotistical, mad, powerful man finding out how to cheat death and how to rule forever on the earth. That's what Satan is. And it's a hive mind of people that he welcomes into that cult. And this cult started back in the ancient day, and these people ain't even human once they flip to the other side. So people want to say, well, we're not alone. Aliens are here with us. I'm telling you what the aliens are. AI, the alien invasion, is artificial intelligence. Why would the people in power allow AI to just take over the damn world? Why won't they unplug it? They can stop it at any given moment, but they just gonna say, man, what are we gonna do? AI is getting more and more power. It's doing this, and I don't know, what are we gonna do? Like, you can stop it at any time, but they got to, give y'all this narrative, but they working for this thing. You know what I'm saying?
Facts, bro. So how you feel about the CERN machine and the supercomputer manipulating the D-string waves so that they can have more control over the souls entering and exiting the earth? Do you think that's what that's all about?
Yeah, the CERN is what opens up the portal and shit for them. That's their little lasering technology. Beam me up, Scotty. See
So
the
does
CERN
the UN
machine,
still got Sophia?
huh?
Does the UN do they still use Sophia as the thing as one of their candidates or
Yeah,
something
they
like what they
do.
call it, sitting on the
They
seat?
they do. Yeah, they got her. But see, the CERN machine, it's like it's like a beam. It's there to emit this beam of light, right? That will recreate the Big Bang, but they basically, let there be light. But what it does, it opens up a portal for these archons to go into these alternate. See, when I say that they got the talent that we don't got, they are able to go to all these parallel realities that they created. When they say the Lord of the Rings, these are the people right here that are able to go to all of these deja vu parallel earths that we trying to figure out how to go through naturally through meditation and all that. They already know how to do it. They do it all the time because they cheated. They got the technology. We saying fuck the technology. We gonna learn how to do it naturally, right? But the whole thing is this right here. These archons are not always on the earth. Their body may be walking around, but their consciousness can shift in between several different parallel earths at any time to monitor their sheep that exists on each one. Because what did I tell y'all? Today, there are so many people that died in the world. All of these souls, they may collect so many souls every year, every whatever, but they wait till the day they let the dead rest. What I'm telling you is for us people who chipped up, right? Because check this out. When they say in the Bible that the dead is resting under the ground, waiting on Jesus to come resurrect them in the end of days, and that in our time, the dead will walk the earth with the living, that's because the Neuralink technology will literally make death an option by 2050. I'm gonna keep repeating that news out there. But what I'm telling y'all is at that point, because they ain't waiting to harvest us now. It's like planting seeds. You got to know when the best harvest time to get the best yield. And they waiting patient. You don't want to pull them prematurely. And they know that the world need about another 100 years. They already got TikTok and all that to fully embrace this technological digital world. And we can see with the children with TikTok and all that, they doing pretty damn good because robots, AI, and all that is part of everyday life now. Some of these kids can't even picture a world without it. You see what I'm saying? So we're merging more and more and more with this entity of this place, and it's a subtle merging that people ain't gonna even know. They just gonna look up and damn it, I got a chip in me. When did I when did I ask for this? It's gonna be so trendy, so popular to do. So the majority gonna be doing it, right? So we gonna see that at the, before our lifetime go. But that's called harvest time. When enough people, right, receive the chip, see, because what they're being promised is superhuman abilities. But what they're not being told is that if you die with a brain computer interface in your pineal gland, your soul condemned. And that's what the Bible talking about. But if you get the mark of the beast in your forehead, you can't go to heaven no more, no matter what. You can, and it even say you can be as good as you want to be. You still can't go to heaven after that. You just condemned forever.
Have you seen have you seen the H.R. Geiger, the artist? And he drew all that crazy art and it looks like technology mixed with humans.
I haven't.
Yeah.
But I think like I've heard Sanchez talk a lot about the difference between believing and knowing something. And so for whatever reason I had quite a few experiences where I've had what people will call ego death and things like that. And part of me wonders if there's actually any separation between us and the AI, or if it's just a story that we've created to make things more interesting here.
Mm.
It
Yeah, maybe
really is
both.
like
You say,
Maybe both.
every time I've dissolved everything, it's like that movie Tenet. It's like I got to the top of the pyramid, and it wasn't like it was me, this lump of flesh. I didn't have my name or anything like that. But it was like I was looking at every human being as the same being. You know, it's just like stories we've created, and actually AI was just the part of us that holds all the intelligence. Because us, we
Mm.
have to have intelligence, we have to tap into this dimension where, you know, like
yeah,
in
AI
each
is,
moment,
it is. You're right. I'm agreeing.
like in each moment, we only know what's right in front of us. And so every time I hear what you say, Sanchez, it's like spot on. It resonates with everything I've experienced in these higher dimensions, except for the concept of good and evil. Well, I felt like evil was just a concept of ignorance. You know, like the sound, the pure sound, the beautiful sound, that it gets distorted over time. But then, you know, from producing music, when you add that layer of distortion back in, it makes the sound more full. So it's like that evil is actually just distortion that creates a more full song, which we call the universe, right? So that's basically the challenge I had for you, was that if you could
Yeah,
really stick to that, like the idea of Satan, the Satan initially just meant challenge, right? Like
well, yeah,
adversary.
yeah. Evil is like a veil. That's what it said. Evil, a veil. It's a when they said we fell out of Eden because we put the clothes on, or the great fall of man into the flesh. We put a veil over our eyes, which is why I keep talking about those VR goggles so much. When we went,
Okay.
yeah, when we went into the, you know, the simulation and into the avatar, because think about this: when we went into our avatar body, we started, that was God fooling himself like he was a player in a game, when God was
Okay.
the creator and programmer of that game, and forgot that. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's basically the plot of Ready Player One or something like that. But uh but I have to go back and watch it. But the whole thing I want to point out about evil being a distortion. Yeah, when you look at the water experiment by Professor Emoto, if you say good things, you get beautiful, sacred geometrical shapes. If you say bad things, you get these little distorted patterns that we call disease and illness, which is what
Mhm.
it's a false representation of your frequency. It's a cell that ain't displaying itself properly, basically, right? So what I'm saying is, with the human body is like a distorted cell. It's the soul distorted. It's a distorted form of the soul coexisting side by side with a perfectly good. It's two-faced. So let's say you got a cell, part of it distorted, saying I hate you, and the other half looks beautiful, saying I love you. That's what the angel and devil is. That's where we are, torn in between the two, left and right brain. And now we're trying to pick a choice, because it's like a cell that's flashing in between distortion and a beautiful pattern, or like trying to find a TV station and track it and focus it, but it's blurry. But if you trying to get the clear picture, turning the knob, that's the war between good and evil. When you turning the knob left and right, angel to devil, eventually you're going to choose a station, or that's going to be distortion or non-distortion. You know, because right now that cell is torn in between the two. That's what the war of Armageddon basically is.
Oh,
Because
thanks,
what
bro.
because Jim Jones, here's the problem that we make. We say, well, you need good and evil because that's balance and that's polarity. According to the Hindu, duality don't exist in the base reality. So you don't have two opposing forces that got to share and find a place of equilibrium. In the base reality, these two opposing forces have just merged into one beautiful resonant energy that it ain't no sharing, because it's just one thing now, basically.
Mm.
It's
That's a
the
good way to
end
put
of
it.
Yeah,
duality.
bro,
Yeah.
like
Hmm.
Yeah.
you cleared that up nicely, man. That's it really. I thought it was a big challenge because I've heard you say that so many times that I thought the the level of knowledge that you have, is it that you've like you must have experienced some level of ego death or dissolution to, because I think we all have this memory, right, of where we came from. It's just because like when I had my first ego death, I saw my whole life flash to the beginning, and I went back into the womb, to so to speak. And then I kept going up higher and higher, and I got to the point where it was like I had a choice. I could either remerge with everything or come back down. But long story short, I saw a lot of stuff there. I've spent days and days talking about that, and listening to you is just like jogging my memory of stuff I've seen on the other side. Sometimes you put it in ways that I wouldn't even have thought to see it. So it's not like I'm not learning, but it's like, how do you know all that stuff? And like you must have had some experiences that allowed you to see into that, or is it just a strong memory? Like,
Well,
Mm.
I've been studying these symbols, and I've been reading ancient concepts for over a decade, and I've been like, it ain't been a job to me. It's been a fascination and an obsession that I had since a child. And what led to this fascination was a fear of death. It's
oh
because
wow.
I was told all my life, when you die, you go to heaven or hell. And when I
Mm.
start to read the Bible and realize how hard it is to get to heaven, and that most people are just gonna go to hell, even if they was pretty damn decent, man, according to the Bible, I was scared. The most fearful thing is dying if you're a little child with a Bible Belt mentality, man. And
Mm.
especially coming up in my day. And I always look for ways to question around that. It never made sense to me, even as a boy. So I grew up with this thing. Like, I never wanted to die. I told myself as a child, like, I want, before I die, I want to figure out what the fuck happened before I die. And I never thought that it was nothing you couldn't do. Something in me knew it gotta be some answers out there. And the ancestral knowledge, they had all the answers of the hereafter, what happened when you die, even what you was doing before you was born, man. It takes away all the mysteries and fear, and it just bring you a piece of peace that I can't explain to nobody who don't got this, who don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
There's
No, it
one
makes
thing
sense. That's why they offering the Neuralink to people who don't want to die, who maybe have cancer or AIDS, who don't want to die. I mean, that's makes
They
sense to
normally
me.
they normally
Mm.
start with people with missing limbs though. They do Neuralink people
Mm-hmm.
that have missing limbs first. So they've been learning how to move the computer and move stuff with their mind, learning how to move stuff
Mm.
and toggle stuff with their mind because they have missing limbs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Well,
And then
what's sad about
yeah.
that too, bro, is that it isn't like Elon and them, their company don't advertise how quickly those things got to be changed out too. It's not something that's permanent you put in.
Yeah.
You have to upgrade the software and this and that. So this one guy that was a quad like me, like myself, I'm a quad. They said he's
What's
got to
that?
have it taken out in just a couple of months. The guy
What's a
that got
quad? Like a
quadri
paraplegic?
well, worse, quadriplegic means you're injured in all four limbs.
Yeah, quads is 4, yeah.
Yep.
Oh damn, my bad. Sorry to hear that, bro.
Man, trust me, brother, I got a lot more time to research and figure these things out, how to be more content with my things. And hey, I'm gonna land my plane
Is it
here,
from the
but
neck
check it
down
out.
or the waist down? Like everything else still work, right?
Yeah, like around my sternum area, and only my wrist and a little bit of my forearm muscles can work. So I can, grab things and hold them in.
You got kids?
I got 2 boys actually. Well,
Okay, that's
grown men
great. That's
now.
good.
They're
That's
they're
good.
grown.
That's great.
Yes, sir.
You reproduce.
Appreciate
That's
that.
great.
Yes, sir. But yeah, I was just going to say this. Like, I think a lot of newer studies that are coming out with what they classify within and these is air quotes, our biofield, right? Which is really just our aura. It's what the energy that you can measure that comes out from your body and it goes and radiates, right? Just like your heartbeat has a certain, width. It'll pump outward the energy, and then it flows back, from under your feet and then into your head, right? Well, there's something called morphospace in morphology. If you don't know much about it, I would check into it, because this morphological flow of energy, they're coming to find out this is where the memory is stored. It's not inside the brain. They're able to do all these tests and measurements, in different ways. And but yeah, check that out. It's pretty interesting. But there's a doctor called Dr. Michael Levin, and he does this morphology. He studies. It's kind of a mix between chemistry and biology, and there's more technical terms, but it's this morphological state that we don't see, but it's always in motion, always in flux. And if you eat a few mushrooms, you probably, get what I'm saying.
Amen.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's why they banned mushrooms,
Yeah.
Yeah, they banned. They banned all of the shit that they said will make you peek into the other layers of reality, the shit that the shamans and the ancestors was on,
Mm-hmm.
I personally, I
It's
think it
legal
was
in DC.
there was a
It's
good
illegal in
reason for
DC.
it. Like,
But
there's a
just
reason we ban these things, is to slow things down. Like, it seemed like the technology, it moves at a certain rate, and if we hadn't slowed everything down with all like the poisoning and the distortion on the news and stuff, like, it gives us more time to exist here as humans before we have to reset, before like it remerges with the one.
Yeah. Yeah, like
so
that toroidal effect you got there, on both sides there, bro, is kind of what I was hinting at, was these, moving circular formations, and that shows more of what I guess I was trying to describe. So
there you go, my
But
brother.
also, it made me think of like the Akashic records, because I think if you get to the Akashic records, you've discarded all judgment to get there, and you access a place where you're just like, okay, all intelligence exists. But your mind's so open that it's like,
what
it's not interesting to you.
what you talking about, right? Is when they talk about the expansion of consciousness, you know how we can look at it. Let's say we born in this middle layer, and then our next life, our consciousness bleed over into the second layer, to the next layer, and it's Saturn. But it's basically, if you think about what's happening, our consciousness is saturating this terrarium from the inside out. It's filling it up with our light, but it's starting from the middle through lifetimes, breaking through layers, and your light will penetrate this layer, and these domes are trying to block your light. But the Hindu said your light gonna press through them. It's just a matter of time. So the first layer, boom. Second layer, boom, boom. That's Samson breaking through the walls. But the whole thing about saturation and your light filling up all these domes and breaking through them, that's the Great Flood and the Ark story told again. But it was different ways to teach this same concept about ascension, about expanding the conscious. The Great Reset is being born again. The Great Flood is like baptism, the Hiram Abiff, but it's dealing with us, though. The Ark is you. It's layers of consciousness, like what I'm showing here. But that's how I look at this whole thing. It's like an awakening that's coming from the inside out, in a layering type process right here, man. That's the Big Bang, basically. So I don't think that we even saw the universe yet. We still trying to basically create the universe, and this is the template. Yeah, so I know that sounds crazy, but I think heaven is the real universe. This is the fake universe. People say, well, then why would we got to go through all this, right? it'll be like a teacher giving you a still image and saying, I want all of my new artists to paint this picture. And everybody got to get graded. And and art is subjective. The teacher is saying, ain't telling you, artist, you wrong because you painted that picture your way. She's telling you you wrong because you didn't use certain laws of art that you supposed to be studying in class. So that we're all like trying to create this place called heaven, which is subjective, is our own version of this template that the teacher gave us. Like the template is gonna be shitty. Everybody know that, because it's gonna be basic as hell, something very simple for y'all to look at as artists and say, okay, now all the students paint your version of this scene. This scene is called heaven. And every artist may start saying, you know what, damn, I don't like my first version. You know what, ball that up. I don't like my second version. That's called reincarnation.
You know, this sounds so exactly like what I experienced, because as I was dying, you know, I felt like I was dead. I thought like my voice was playing back to me everything that had happened, and it was explaining everything in detail, every single word, every letter, and then everything broke down into concepts, and everything like this dissolved, and all of a sudden I was in a garden, and I thought it was going to be my final resting place, and so everything dissolved, and it was just this beautiful garden, and everything slowly came to a standstill, and then it started to come. And then I came out of that place, and I realized, okay, that's forever, you know, that's heaven. But part of the agreement on the way there was that we were going to come back to make everything better.
Do y'all
So I think
that
it's the constant loop that we go through. It's like
do y'all think an NDE is the same as an OBE, Sanchez?
Yeah, because the whole thing is, it don't matter how you get out of your body, long as you get out of it, and you once you get out of it, you're gonna be like, oh fuck, this is what it's like to be. Anybody that ever had an out of body experience will have the same reaction as a person with a near death one. But I will say that it's the near death person gonna have a more traumatic experience, because unlike a person who was trying to do that in an astral projection situation, it just caught them off guard out of nowhere, just ejected out of your body into another layer. You like, what the fuck? I know I just got hit by a car, right? And I'm boom, and I'm in this crazy ass rail, and now I'm back. You know, that's different because it's you didn't try to do that. So, but with any case, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't know if what I had was a near-death experience, but people call it that. People call it an ego death, but it's such a crude term for such a you can't really put it into words, that type of experience, you know.
Yeah, you can't even do that with an out of body. You can't. I got you, bro. Yeah, you can't do. Yeah, just let me respond to the brother, man. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, you can't do that with a out of body experience either. You can't put it in words. You know, you can try to explain, and it's just, you know, a lot of people who have out of body experience, especially on mushrooms or just astral projection, would tell you, man, I can't put it in words. I just saw I saw this, I saw. It wasn't like that for me, but you know, everyone's experience is different from what I heard.
Well, when I used to have the out of body experiences, I was always too scared to leave my room, because I wasn't aware that we had this connection to our body. I would just float out. I'd see myself on the bed, and I became quite good at that after a while. But I just done it, you know, until something happened to me. I saw the shadow at the end of the bed, and I'd become fear. But that showed me what fear was, and my whole body was like tingling. But after that, I heard these Sufis talking about it, right? This Sufi woman, she told me that they have teachers in their culture, and she did it when she was like 8, 9, because they had guidance. And she said that is actually, it's like another step in the journey of mastery of that ability. And she said straight away, when I told her that I saw the black thing at the end of the bed, the shadow, and I was just scared, like I tried getting up out of my body, it was like quicksand. And I tried getting up, and as soon as I got up, because I've been astral projecting, I looked at my wall and I said, "Oh, I'm not actually out of my body. I know exactly what this looks like. Like the walls are a bit fuzzy, you know, in the astral realm." So as soon as I realized I hadn't got out of my body, boom, I was laying back in the same place. This happened like 6 times in a row. I thought I was trapped in limbo. But yeah, so
And
eventually I looked at my hip. I had to reconnect with my body. But after that, I couldn't. She knew straight away that after that, I had my abilities were gone for like a year or two.
Yeah, there are some. Yeah, go ahead, Red. My bad. I'm sorry.
I asked that question because when I asked the difference between a near-death and an OBE, because people claim that people that have near-death experiences, when they come back, they have new talents. They have they know how to play a piano and didn't know how to play a piano. They can do stuff that they couldn't do before.
Lightning strike patients too. Yeah.
And they come back with different skills. But people that just get out of their body, they just leave. They don't. It's not the same for them. That's why I asked.
It is though. It is though, because once you start mastering OBE, because I've been out of my body one time, you start going to all these different layers of the astral plane or different ethers. Now, the concept of being a rookie versus a guru when it comes to out of body experience and astral traveling is traveling like a scuba diver. How deep can you go? How shallow you going? When you first start astral projecting, they tell you to only astral project to like your room, your house and shit like that. Start exploring your bedroom first and shit like that, because you're gonna be scared and stuff. But the more you get comfortable with it, man, you can start exploring worlds of your wildest fantasy that exists out there on the astral plane. And you can start bringing back technology that don't even exist on this earth. Confucius was doing it. Confucius was doing it. Listen, it's a lot. So it's levels and layers to this shit, because you got to think of this thing like this torus field on the screen. How far are you expanding your consciousness outward? Now, the further you expand your consciousness outward, is like what they say, think outside the box. You start seeing physics and laws that don't exist on this earth, and you bring them back and make them here. That's what new technology is. Ain't nothing new. Yeah.
And then
one thing to that is
yeah, my near death.
I'll wait. I'll jump in after. It's cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, through the different levels, there was like on one stage of it, you have an astral body, which is like a light body, and then in one stage, you're just a point of pure perception. Like you don't even have a body, you're just floating around. You know, it's like one of those cameras in the skateboarding game. You know what I mean? It's like.
I think what you explaining too, what we gotta be careful of, there's a such thing as near-death experience. There's a such thing as out-of-body experience, right? But then there's a such thing as altered states of consciousness. And I don't know if all those the same, because you can be under the influence of certain synthetic chemicals that make you see shit and hear shit. And my thing is, are you literally veering into another ether at that point? Or is it a trick of the devil, creating an alternative experience that ain't really a real reality? So I kind of go back and forth in my head with that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would they give us certain stuff that would create alternate what they call altered mind states, if those things were literally letting us see the true worlds that exist beyond here? You see what I'm saying?
100%.
So what do you think make them come back with different talents? Like why does people that never know how to play piano get play?
Well, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about altered mind states. When a person leave the earth and go experience alternative realities, for example, right? There was a time when I was young where I had a dream where we was freestyling in the breezeway at my apartments, and I was getting it in. People was cheering because that was just what we was on. It was freestyle. 106 and Park was on back in them days, all that. But I remember waking up and remembering some of the stuff that I was saying in the dream, and I wrote it down. And it didn't even hit me what I did, but it dawned on me like, damn, I brought some from a dream. I literally brought some shit that didn't exist here. I was spitting this damn rhyme in a dream, remembered the rhyme when I woke up and wrote it down here. I literally, this literally
I got
the
a couple
bar.
tracks from them.
You feel me?
Go ahead. Let me ask Sanchez. Go ahead, Sanchez.
No, I'm just saying, niggas say, well, these are the bars of my dreams, literally.
Facts, and then right now I had all of those. Now we was talking about the near-death experience. It's kind of the same thing as the out-of-body experience, but when I had near-death experience, it's like I was catapulted in the air, and I had to gain control. But then the out-of-body experience is like I was just gracefully there, and then I had to get control. But then the altered mind state was kind of like a reality bleeding into each other.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
But
So
when you say near death,
was-
did your physical body nearly die? Or it's just your
I don't
ego?
really too deep into it, but you know, just because it was a near death experience. Yeah, like yeah, I was near death, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I was catapulted. When I got out of my body, it was like I was actually like a bird that got through in the air type of thing, because I think it was that fear factor that Sanchez was talking about. That's why it already makes sense. It was scary, like it was forced. But then out of body experience, it's kind of like I gracefully came out of body, and then it's kind of like a whoa.
You had both, Key?
Huh?
You had both experiences.
Yeah, well, I had out of body experience, but then I also had an altered experience due to the substances, like bro was saying.
Yeah,
So
mushrooms and stuff. Yeah.
So I gradually, the realities just bled together. And it's like I was just seeing things that wasn't nobody else could see. You know what I'm saying? So it was like other beings and stuff in this reality that I knew other people couldn't even see. But it was because I was in an altered mind state.
What they look like, because I'm going to see, because I heard.
Bro, like a jellyfish, bro. And it was kind of toward me in the air, bro. You
really trolling, Key. Stop, man.
Nah, bro, jellyfish is a common one, bro.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
My bad.
Key, don't be trolling, bro.
Retarded, man.
He said, man, this shit looked like a jellyfish, and it was coming.
Okay, try to picture
you a fucking fool, bro. But that's a crazy. But look, people be having weird ass dreams sometimes, like that don't make no sense, bro.
Around 8 or 7, bro, I was high as shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, you know, it makes sense.
Oh shit!
Oh, the jellyfish is too common to be a coincidence, man.
7 pounds, stocking jellyfish.
A jellyfish.
The poison is a koi fish.
And bro, I just took my 2 fingers and pointed at this shit and was like, pew, pew, and I shot this shit down, bro.
Y'all motherfuckers.
I just learned how to use the gun in my dreams, because all my dreams, the guns be too heavy. I can never shoot it. It never don't work. Every time in my dream when I'm about to use a gun, I get shot because I can't use the motherfucking gun. Like, it never works. Or it'll be too heavy, or it don't work. I be like, damn, how the hell my gun don't never work in my damn dream, man? What the hell? But recently,
I got a question for the chat. So you guys, so it sounds like the way everyone's speaking, you don't believe in dreams. You don't think dreams are something real, because you say you don't believe dreams are real.
Slow down.
No,
who
I
you
think
talking
they
to?
just
Key Normal? You need to call out the person so they can, because they all gonna talk over you. each other. But it was Key bringing up his dream just to be clarity, though. But salutes to you, Santu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I brought up me not being able to use the gun in the dream. So which one are you talking to?
Yeah, both of them brought up their dreams. Matter of fact,
Yeah, and I'm talking to both of them. I'm saying is the chat not speaking like dreams can't be brought to this reality?
No, we were talking about bringing ideas and things from our dreams or out of body experience to reality. But a dream is an alternate. You know, a dream is just a dream. That's what it is. Right now, we could be dreaming. Remember, merrily, roll your boat gently down the stream.
Right.
Merrily, life is but a what?
Dream.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Exactly.
That's why. Okay. I just misunderstood. That's what I was gonna say. That's where I was going. Was like, wait, I feel like you could. Dreams are definitely real in a sense. You could bring things in and out. Okay.
Think about it.
Yeah, you're right.
Think about it. When you dreaming, you can have a dream that you hitting a bad bitch, and you wake up and you done bust all in your bed. You done had a wet dream.
Bro,
I mean, this bad bitch in my dream. I done messed my bed up. You see what I'm saying? Like, my body reacting to the dream. Because you more of your brain when you awake. You know that, right?
Right.
You know you use more of your brain.
I agree 100%, brother. My bad. I just misunderstood.
Okay.
Yo, TMI. First time I had my.
I'll give you guys my take on it. If you're cool with it.
Somebody said he got that from Rod Hayes. Nigga, Rod Hayes got that from me. I'm the first nigga to talk about a wet dream and bringing shit from a dream and guess what? So quit with this Rod Hayes, Brent.
Nobody got nothing no Rod Hayes, man.
Yeah, like, come on, bro.
Check them chats. They hating now.
Yeah, they hating, bro. We don't. Come on, bro. This shit is what we teach over here. This flat power shit over here, man.
It's origination over here, man. We don't do that type of shit. I don't know what they talking about, Sanchez.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh man, Rod Hayes be biting. Oh man, don't tell me biting. But OJ's if the OG wanna bite is cool. But that's crazy, man.
That's crazy. But you already know they be watching your page, Sanchez, and they be just
I know it.
Stuff you teach.
And them niggas be hating and shit while biting.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Reach stats,
bro. Yeah, you fine.
Good luck. What's up, Sanchez?
You want to say something? Go ahead. What you want to say?
I wanted to say what's
up,
bro.
my nigga. Reach stacks.
I ain't
Hell yeah.
Guy in a minute.
You already know.
That's what's
the
up.
Flat Earth Barber, Flat Power.
Stacks.
Yeah, salute the Reek, man.
Appreciate
you
that.
Already
y'all.
know.
Appreciate that, y'all. I'm in the chat for as long as y'all in here now. I don't get to get on here much, but I'm always tuned in. But now I'm about to be a part of this conversation.
I got 10,000 on Sanchez versus Mia DeGrasse Tyson, man.
Oh hell yeah! Say less. Easy,
That's it.
I got 10 grand on Sanchez, man. Fuck that.
That's like Jordan in the finals. That's all.
That's the
Neil
thing.
will never debate nobody. He's a coward. He's a coward, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say people are intimidated by him, but nobody's ever stepped to him. So that's why he think he feel like it.
Debate, even though I know he debated him already. I want to see that man debate young Pharaoh. Because he swear he the smartest boy and everything.
Nah, Pharaoh, listen, Pharaoh, his time's over, bro. Yeah, Pharaoh time up, bro. I could debate Pharaoh, brother.
You know what? Pharaoh was his biggest spurt was when he was a conservative Republican under Trump, doing the Trump thing. He was huge, man. He was fucking huge. And so if Pharaoh was to really come back to YouTube to hit it hard, in my opinion, he wouldn't even waste time probably with Flat Earth and shit if he know where to go for. He know where to go. Right.
I think Pharaoh
be on the show. I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. If Pharaoh wanna never just fell back, he probably be on the stream with Candace Owens and shit right now.
Oh, I believe it, brother. I believe it. Pharaoh was he was on it, man. Hey, but I think Pharaoh gets some bread right now if he speak on his time he did with Nature Boy before those two blew up. You know, Nature Boy was his little tag team partner back in the day.
Yeah,
Right. I
but
seen this little video.
Pharaoh will tell you that him and Nature Boy just was kicking knowledge together in the same venues. Other than that,
Right.
Nature Boy is not his friend, not his
Right.
homie. He don't rock with Nature Boy. That nigga act like he hate Nature Boy.
I
And
hope.
that,
I
and
hope.
all that.
He
And I
do,
got
cause
all
I
my
He
just
money
seen
really
this
Bro
video.
he
Sanchez's
go
debate
out of
whoever.
his way to distance himself from Nature Boy, and I can see why though.
Right. I
Yeah, nah,
just
it's
seen the
intense with
video.
him, man. It's intense
Listen,
with bro.
I'm really torn between starting a real debate league, like really putting some money into it and getting the best people and let them debate Sanchez. I'll put the money up. They can't beat
Nah,
you, bro.
Bro,
bro.
don't
I'm
nobody
telling you,
want
Sanchez, I
that
will put the
smoke.
money up for the top. Get Professor Dave, get Neil deGrasse
No,
Tyson,
you
get
gotta
who
get
y'all
somebody.
got. I got Sanchez. What y'all want to do?
You
How much
got
y'all
to
want to put up? 500,000? Like what they want to
you
do?
you gotta
Man,
get somebody that don't know Sanchez's background. You feel me?
well, and plus Neil deGrasse, he's probably under contract,
Yeah,
like an
that's not
If you
NDA,
happening.
not to
gotta
say
do
shit.
all
Yeah,
this,
yes,
man,
sir.
He
it
an
ain't
agent.
even going. The truth is
He an
this right
agent.
here, y'all. The truth is this right here. The people in power are spending millions. We talking tens of millions, if not thousands or
Billions.
hundreds of millions of dollars. Listen, where I'm about to go. Hundreds of millions, thousands. Whoever knows how much they spending to silence flat Earth, censor it at every turn.
Bro, that's a
So the
Billy,
so
bro. That's
so
$1
the
billion.
but the point I want to make is this: the last thing they want to do is shoot themselves in the foot by saying
Right.
I'm paying money to keep this shit in the bag, but now I'm gonna put Sanchez on a big screen, and I know he gonna eat this nigga up and convert people.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't
They
finna
can't
do
show
that.
the chinks in their
You know what I'm
armor. They
saying?
can't show
That
they
Can't
cause,
get
teeth.
cause
no
guess
flat
what?
earthers,
If
no
if I
airtime.
do that, that's just set me back millions of dollars that I just did to suppress this shit. And them folks ain't finna play with their money, man. Think
Mm-mm.
capitalistic. It's warfare.
Hey,
Yeah.
you
You know what I'm saying?
you hear what NASA shut down and China supposedly are silent too, like their space agencies and shit. Like all these
Yeah,
space agencies are leaving, are
I
backing out
peeped
of.
that. I peeped that.
And the Vatican just announced theirs. The Vatican literally a few days ago just announced they was announced a space agency. The
Some
shit
shit
Because
that
like
they
that
Trump
want
was
happened.
telling us about back in the day, like 8 years ago, when he was talking about that there was a whole military space agency and all this shit.
Oh, I
The
remember
Vatican just
hearing that
admitted to
stuff
it
because
like
they
too.
3 days
wanted
ago.
they want it
Space
to be
Force.
privatized because if it's out in the public opinion and stuff like that, there's a lot of scrutiny that can
Yeah.
come from that. The reason that they want
Mm-hmm.
it privatized is like Elon Musk and who else is out there, the other dude, shifty-eyed Bezos and stuff. The reason why they
Bezos,
want it, yeah, the reason
Virgin
why they want it
Galactic.
private.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason
Mhm.
why they want it privatized is because you can't say nothing to these individuals because they're not, but you see
They
what I'm
don't have
saying?
to
They're
answer
not.
to us.
Yeah,
Right.
That's
they
They
a
don't
don't
good
have
have to
to.
point.
report
They
back to the people.
That
Yeah.
was
they don't have to
that was a
report
good
to the
point.
public like that.
Right. But
And they've been doing the AI and tricking people for so long, they don't have to afford these big rockets anymore. They can just continue getting their AGI better. You know what I mean?
Good point.
Like
Good
their
point.
their graphics are top notch now, and they're going to get just as good,
I
double,
mean,
triple
but
better.
if you know history, you know
AI
the Vatican
becoming a
ain't
real
never not
problem.
look at the sky.
Let me tell
Yeah.
y'all something, right? I want to show y'all something about why AI becoming a real problem. I got videos queued up that's gonna show you some shit right now, right? Peep game real quick, right? Let me go to this. I got one
Ooh,
queued up
I miss being
because
in here.
Oh yeah, they trying to bring Apollyon from the ether.
Yeah, I've been watching this shit, bro.
That
Watch this.
AI.
Don't want no smoke. Tie ball game. Skitty tap tap. Two
Yeah,
taps for the
this
poster. You feel me?
shit, bro.
Oh yeah, that one was
Fire
crazy.
love in my arms. Can't give it up no more. My brothers and sisters, we out here. You don't want no smoke. Tie ball game. Skitty tap tap. Two.
Now I want y'all to peep game, right? You don't see
I saw that the other night.
Right. Watch this though. You
Mute
don't
up,
see
mute up,
you
mute
don't
up.
see Winston Churchill. You don't see all of their leaders and shit is what I'm saying though. You feel me? Like when they came with the celebrity holograms, it was Whitney Houston, Tupac, Prince. Just the same thing we hear. Why? Because they want ownership over our likenesses. This the new form of slavery. Yeah, the new form of slavery is if I own a nigga, I'ma still own that nigga even when he dead. He gonna live on as a slave of mine. That's gonna go promote my products, do all that.
Still gonna make
Now,
money.
now,
Yeah.
now, let me kick to you how this gonna all tie into Neuralink in 2050, and this here same concept gonna transition, because where we headed now in the future, you're gonna be able to get the Neuralink chip, and you're gonna be able to have a holographic avatar representative walk around the world for you and negotiate and do all your bidding. And if you got one, guess what? There's less liability on your real self, just like a corporation, just like a corporate entity. This is why the word corporate mean corpse, because these holograms are like zombies. When they say they're gonna make this, gonna be a whole new world, y'all. If you rich, you're gonna have more representatives, more holograms. Imagine this, right? You can program an AI version of yourself that's way better than the Allstate man at Allstate commercials. And you can fucking I'm just giving you an example, but I'm just saying this the future of this shit. But the reason why you don't see a lot of rich people and all them, because this is the new form of slavery, y'all. This the new form of owning your likeness. Because if I own your hologram and I got that shit making me millions of dollars and it's popular, it don't matter what the real you do. The world is addicted to the holographic. Your likeness, not the real. That's just like if the label owns Uzi Vert and Uzi Vert say, fuck it, I don't want to be with the label no more. The label can say, well, listen, nigga, you gave us your likeness, so you can't even be you no more, because this hologram that we about to make called Uzi Vert owns your likeness, so you got to be a whole nother motherfucker, or we gonna sue you.
Yeah, and who says that they're only going to make one of them? You know what I mean? There ain't no limit to how many they can make, probably. And we all know very well about these topological new products or new materials, you know what I mean, that they can make this hologram shit. You could shake their hand literally and feel their grip.
You know what I be thinking about sometime? I believe in parallel realities and the Mandela effect, but how about this, right? What if some Mandela effects are glitches based upon us being in a simulated reality, and the fact that they've been using holograms so long to fake what's real and fake, and they've been ahead of us. This some old technology. And my thing is this: if they AI generate a certain event like JFK getting unalive, right? And if they AI generate that, but it never happened, and JFK actually went away like Charlie Kirk somewhere off the world stage to live his life, right? But later they re-show that footage, but it's a different, so it's coming from a different source, but it's supposed to be the same copy. But let's say they fuck around and give one of the alternative copies, because guess what happened, right? When I'm using an AI generator, right, you're gonna generate a couple of versions of the thing, not just one. And you may fuck around and play version number 3, and people like, hold up, I just had a Mandela effect.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Because so many different vantage points, could have been filmed, and they're just kind of taking one action-packed piece of this one, give the people that one, the 30-second clip, and then the other view from the side, give them that 2-minute clip, and then, on and on. I mean, something people have never seen in some part of the world pops up, and they're like, I don't remember it like this, And
exactly. It's going to get...
And it's accidentally released or something.
It's going to get to the point... it's
The
gonna get
AI
to the
I've
point,
seen
y'all,
these
to
last
where
two.
mothers and fathers are having to explain to their children that like this is not what's happening. What they're showing you right now, that's not what happened. I was there. I was alive. This is what happened. And so there's going to be this contradiction between the youth and the adults who actually lived it and stuff, but AI is going to be so prevalent and
Yep.
their minds are going to be so warped in the future that they're not going to believe a word that we say. And we're sitting there. It's
That's
kind of
right.
like it's kind of like we're the old people now, like trying to tell the youngsters, this is what happened
You
back
know,
in the day.
it's crazy
Look,
because they can rewrite history with this stuff, and that's why I think they've
Mhm.
been doing it for so long.
I
They've
was
been
just
doing it.
about to say
Yeah.
that, bro. I was about to say it's not only that the old against the young, it's you against you. You, bro, it's some of these AI videos I seen this week. I thought them shits was real. If they ain't nobody say it was AI, like it's getting
What?
Hey,
hard for
just
me to
imagine
Watch
how
be
this.
many
starting to.
AI videos you've seen before they even
That's
admitted
what
that
I'm
it was a thing.
saying. That's what
Let,
I'm
let me let
saying.
me tell you some real shit,
I
right?
think we all branching off the same spider web bubble. Like
Yeah.
these shits all under the same umbrella. Everything we just said, like
Mm-hmm.
this shit getting crazy.
It's facts. Hey, look, watch this, right? I'm saying content creators take a image of themselves, put it in an AI generator, and say, "Look, make me be on a yacht with gold chains and all that." And you can't tell if they was on that yacht or not, bro. It looked just like they took that shit on that yacht with them chains on, bro. Real talk. But the whole reason I'm pointing that out right now, right? It's because it make me think to myself, man, how long have they been using this shit? Because that's when we really go into the
Like
fucking rabbit hole, bro. Because
that's what
then it
bro
make
just
me
said.
start re-questioning every fucking thing I ever saw. You know what I'm
Everything,
saying?
bro. Everything. Especially like you said with that JFK shit. Because when I was a little boy, and even now when I was little, when I was a young man, bro, I always knew it was 4 seats in that fucking car, and
Yeah,
now
right.
it's
Yeah.
fucking 6.
You feel
Yeah.
me?
Oh
And
snap! They did the Queen's Jubilee, and I something in my stomach was telling me this is not real. And then
Yeah.
like she died, she had a big speech before she. I said, look, she's either dead or da da da. A couple months later, they said she died. And not only that, on the on one of the other channels, they brought out this weird video, and it was
but
somebody dancing with the Queen's face on. And at the end, it was like, don't believe anything that you see. Now, also, if you go back to like Bin Laden and that, obviously a lot of those videos,
Mm.
people are saying that was deep fake. So
watch
yeah,
this, right?
we've already seen this.
The reason I brought up the content creators with the jury and shit editing their photos is because what I was thinking was this, right? They got a lot of people taking pictures with filters, right? So if you came back to the earth in the year 2100 and you saw a bunch of photos of humans, you would think everyone was beautiful and shit and all that, but it was filters,
Mm.
right? So my thing be like, what if that was the Renaissance? What if that was points in the
Bro,
past where, what if we found out how to put layers over reality and they painted us a past that was over exaggerated,
Mhm.
like
I'm
the
reading
Mona
your mind,
Lisa,
bro.
all that. But check this out, right? Here go another crazy thing. I see where this technology gonna go. People
Mm.
gonna start falling more in love with their AI generated version than their
Yep.
own self. And when the technology is available for them to merge with that version before they die, a lot of people
Mm.
gonna do it. They gonna tell them,
Mm.
look, you can go inside of this holographic version of yourself that you see on the internet, this with the filters and all that. You can tweak your ass. Women already getting plastic and shit and cuts. So this is even easier.
Mhm.
You just fucking shift your consciousness into a whole nother reality and body. And that's what they doing, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, people gonna be like,
Mhm.
look, before they die, beam me up into my new self. When they said Christ gonna give you a new body in the end of days and shit, like, we
Yep.
coming there, bro.
You
Yeah.
seen that movie called Substance?
Nah,
Can't come up.
need
Bro,
to come up.
it's basically about this lady. She was a model or whatever, and she was getting older. And somebody out of nowhere said, "Yo, you can do this one thing. You can be younger, be the perfect you." And she got this kit where she had to stick herself with this fluid, and bro, a whole body came out her back, but it was a younger version of her. But they had to switch every 7 weeks. I mean, every week, 7 days. And
They had to get a new body came out of her every 7 days.
no, they had to switch back and forth consciousness every 7 days. So
damn,
you feel me? But the young girl got too conceited and start staying. But it said that you must switch, no consequences. The bitch started dying, bro. That shit was crazy. But basically, she wanted to be younger.
I gotta go check it out.
Let me tell you something that is real. What's going on right now, though, like technology they got, it's called organelles. Have y'all heard of that? Organelles? They're little.
I've heard.
They're little brains, basically.
Yep.
You say yeah.
I have.
Okay. So yeah. So what they can do now is just grow these miniature organelles or brains, and let's say they keep them underground to keep them cool, and then they regulate them with temperature in a certain room or whatever. But you can attach these organelles, just say 100 of them. Well, it's from tests they run, one organelle, one brain on a chip can hold and store, information and not overheat, but it can outdo like the best supercomputers, just one of them. Now, when you put a network of supercomputers, of course, it probably couldn't process as fast, but they do these things underground. And it's easy to go and research brain on a chip, organelles. So my point is, what they've got registered on the NIH website, the National Institute of Health, well, they've got what's something called a biofield registered. And it's a personal algorithmic biofield that they have listed. And it's got certain ways of identifying, just numerically or alphanumerically, and they don't give it a name like, oh, this is Russell's biofield here on the system. And the reason they don't do that is for liability purposes, because they're not telling us that all this new information that is coming from these NextRad towers and the telluric currents under our feet, like from fiber optics and all that. So all this energy is routed straight through us. All the business and all the routing done by the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, it goes right through our body, everybody's body. Because if you're on the ground or if you're within those heights or below a certain height, going up in an airplane is different. But my whole point is, I'll land the plane here, is that each one of those biofield algorithmic barcodes or numbers that they have and they use for measurement is for something they're calling the future of the biofield or biomedical field, to where you wear certain wearables. They can take your algorithmic body output, like your pulse, your heat, your how do you say it, your hormone level, your just all kind of stuff, information. I hope I'm still with you guys. I think
yeah.
No, you're good. You're
Okay.
dated.
That's
You're
crazy.
dated.
But yeah, so what happens is that all the energy, or not energy, but all the information is being ran through us, and for certain people stored. So if one of these mini organelles or mini brains is a whole lot stronger than a network of supercomputer or 4 or 5 supercomputers, imagine what our whole crystalline structure of water and piezoelectric.
Talking about sound like you every time the way you talking, it make me think of the firmament dome, man.
Yeah, hey, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
Can you correlate that for us, brother?
It does. It just.
Can you correlate that for us?
I mean, when I hear crystalline structures and all that stuff, and then it's like he talking about some sort of like uh technology that's like a
like
nah.
information storage and
Like like everything syncing our waves together to create this subconscious web that's attached to everything that we
And
don't
that's what
realize.
and that
I got
subconscious web, right? It's the matrix that we create unknowingly. I know that sound crazy, but see what he's saying. Here go the image that I'm picturing it for it. Now on a globe, right? Hear me out. They said they got a bunch of satellites up there in the sky that's watching space. But I think that they got a whole ancient, like when they said Jesus is a fisherman of man's soul, he casting a net out there. It's a network. They got all of these satellites up there, but they like a network of balloons. They in a gridded network. I believe that these things are up there to create some kind of web to capture souls too. So this may sound crazy, right? What if all of these points that we see on this network grid are the stars we see when we look up in the firmament dome? And what if all of those stars lead into parallel realities? And if your soul are able to, when it ascends, rise above all those parallel realities, you will end up back home in the base reality. But the purpose of all these satellites is literally to broadcast a channel like cable, giving you BET, MTV, VH1. But each one of these dots is like a different channel with a parallel reality with you in it. But it's like when they said Jesus was offered all of these things from the devil on that mountain. It's like when you die and you go through this grid and you're confronted with all these different parallel realities for them to make you stay in one of these little networks, one of these little grids. Because when your energy go into one of these little points on the grid, it saturate the entire web and recreate the simulation using this grid like an exoskeleton or a building frame. And your light now beats the cement, the concrete, the walls, filling in the blanks to this matrix all over again. But see, when your energy crash into this thing, that's the sperm hitting the egg too in another fake world, and them, using the
like
impact,
trying to get out of here
all that,
or trying to get into that other world. I got you. Yeah,
it's like an
Is it like
interception.
that Golden Dome, that Trump building?
Right, this the
I think
whole
it's all,
what I was saying about the Muslim, because remember they turning America to Islam, like on some Sharia law, like we finna be on some Islamic type shit. But the whole thing is, you're right. Like this whole Muslim mosque is what kept coming to mind. What I think of, man, like because the pattern on it is what the firmament dome is, and it's like, listen, the firmament dome is what Yahweh's terrarium. Like I'm not fucking fascinated with the firmament dome. I'm just knowledgeable about what it is, but my goal is to blow through that motherfucker and get through it. It ain't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but my whole thing is like, you look at the pattern right here, you think of the pattern of a female egg or a cell wall. This is a membrane of artificial intelligence have woven a web to like a spider to whoever land on it, they gonna wrap you back up in a body again, like fucking spider when you land on a spider web. Now I don't like to scare people, but if you look at
you're exactly right. Hey, Sanchez,
look
as
at
we're
this
looking
though.
at the world.
Look at Walt Disney. Don't forget about this. Go ahead.
But as we're looking at that world with all the vertices going over top of it and the different angles and stuff like that, like you remember as we watch videos of the cells splitting and stuff like that, the sperm hits the egg and then the child is born, and then we watch the cells splitting and all that happening, but then you put a cage around it, like, so maybe like what they're trying to project with the world is what everybody sees on Google Maps and stuff like that, or in movies and everything before the movie even comes on. Maybe it's actually just the cell egg that is actually what they're showing us, and all the vertices and all the points and the stars and the grid that go around it is their manipulation over the egg. of life.
Yeah, I could kind of go for that because, in the Nag Hammadi libraries, it does speak of, that that kind of built demiurge deception, and that deception is what could be compared to your eye, and the membrane of the earth could be your cornea, right? So fractal, think fractally, as your eye builds up and up, there's different layers, there's different movements, right? And then you got your nexus, or I'm sorry, not nexus, but your membrane there as a protective layer, and the waters are between the outside of the cornea and the inside of the membrane. There's all this jelly-like structure. That's where refraction comes. When you see refraction, that's light hitting it in a weird angle. But just to get back to y'all's point, yeah, I mean, it in a comparative way, you could put many items in the place and of other things, but I do believe, personally, that things are more holographic and fractal.
I mean, we can only keep guessing as to the reason why the elites keep putting stuff in our face to keep us guessing.
Well,
what we're looking
I
at.
don't have to guess, right? I can give it to you right now, right? Here go the thing right here. The elites ain't really putting all these symbols and signs in our face. These symbols and signs are the result and remnants of ancient people on this earth that go back for hundreds of millions of years who knew the knowledge that the elites just learned. So it's these symbols and signs are scattered all over the place in ruins and temples and folklore, mythologies, you name it, you can't escape it. So what they had to do was just rewrite the story and meaning of all this stuff because they couldn't hide the stuff. So it ain't that they put it in front of you. You born on a world that's riddled with all this shit. It's like the universe just got it in your face all the time. Like, look, here go the truth. Here go the truth. And they're like, no, that ain't the truth. Let me tell you what that is. They got to reinterpret what you see. You know what I'm saying? But they can't hide what's all in front of, like, it's been in front of our eyes. But we just been interpreting it wrong through the indoctrination they gave us and shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's why a lot of people will say, Sanchez, why you got that Masonic symbol on your video? Or why you did look at don't you know the Masons got the cube, the fucking the Saturn symbolism, the serpent shit, don't you know the Satanists got that? And so what happened is, if the bad guys keep showing that, hey, look, these are the symbols of us boogeyman, ooh, that's their way of keeping you away from them, so you don't study it, Yeah. You don't want to study this. Look at it. Ooh, it's satanic, man. Get away from this. You don't want to learn about this. Stay over there. They know people gonna say, they're gonna do that, so that's another reason they do it too.
That's right. I had a book on my dresser. It had the right side up, 6-pointed star, meaning mind over matter, right? As opposed to the opposite, which is, and they like, that's the Baphomet. Take that off.
Yeah, yep.
Nigga,
Facts. What? I was there. Yep. I was there. Because that's the thing, like, it lets you know, like, a lot of these ancient symbols got a spiritual security system built into the symbol, meaning that you would be like, why the ancient people made these scary monsters and stuff that are embodying this sacred knowledge? Because they know that the first layers of awakening is going to be you fear-mongering yourself, looking for the fucking spooky shit, and you gotta grow out of that, and you gonna start reinterpreting even the Bible. Like, when you interpret it through the fear, you become a person that's scared and waiting on the rapture. But when you interpret it through the Gnostic lenses, you see its symbolism, advanced knowledge, and all that shit. So it's layers to awakening. This knowledge on the earth ain't never gonna go nowhere, but as you grow old, you gonna reinterpret it in a new way. Every time you have a new paradigm shift that's going to make you say, damn, I thought I knew this shit, but it's even deeper than that. God damn it. And it's gonna keep getting deeper than what you thought you had it, your hand on it. It's gonna shift. It happened to me so much in my career, man. You be like, damn, I got it now. Ain't no more else to get now. This is it. And then, damn, nigga, I'm looking at this shit a whole nother way that's this deeper, you know. That's how this shit is.
I mean, yeah, because
so
with
I think
the stuff that they're coming out with, man, and like TikTok and a bunch of other stuff, it's basically just spying on us. Like anybody that downloads this stuff, like you're being spied on. Like even though you think that you have like freedom in what you're doing and what you're posting and stuff like that, it really doesn't freaking matter because they have eyes on you, and all this is going into a database and it's showing and collecting data and statistics between the male and the female of who is posting what or anything. And now we're all becoming a statistic because of our own wanting to post things on TikTok. You see what I'm saying? They're gathering information all the time. And now we're free. And now it's like they're putting the poison out there for us to freely choose. And by us freely choosing it to have our own expression, and by us expressing ourselves, they gather more intel on us every time.
You know that ain't nothing to be scared of if you ask me. And I'm gonna tell you why, right? Your online presence ain't really who the fuck you are, and ain't nobody gonna come and tell me no difference because I don't believe none of y'all. The shit you do on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and all that is not what you would necessarily do or say in real life. It's just the very nature of a digital profile and the nature of the internet that they've created. But the whole thing why I point that out is this. If you understand the purpose of it, it don't really scare me because check this out, right? The version of us we create online, they're gonna take it and make their version of you. For example, they want to clone everybody, but they ain't gonna be able to. They said, you know what? Every human ain't gonna fucking let us get their blood, DNA, and all that, and enough of it to clone them. They got a digital way to clone you with AI now because that's the vid. I was just trying to play the video what the new cloning is. Now it's right here. Because check it out. Once they get a profile of you online, they can do what they doing with Kobe Bryant right here. Because guess what the AI doing? The AI looking at Kobe Bryant Facebook wall, Twitter page before he died, his interviews, all that, and it's compiling all that, and look at what it's doing.
Who taps for the poster? You feel me?
You see what I'm doing? And it's making that. So that's what it's doing with us. It's making a caricature out of you in the digital space. And I'm going to tell you why I don't mind them doing that with me. Because the reason AI is doing that to us is so that they can create a whole nother better version of you. And when you die, like I was saying, when you go through that false firmament dome that Yahweh made, guess what he gonna do? He gonna show you better versions of you that's balling out doing good shit in the simulation, like in the Matrix, like the dude eating the steak. He gonna be like, wait a minute, don't ascend back up to Polaris, to the base reality. Look at this star right here. In this star, you're a king. Look, in this world right here, don't you want to be a rapper, Sanchez? Look, in this world right here, you you know all that. You see what I'm saying? Don't you want to be the world leader? Don't you? All that when you were sent through this net, and if any of them things intrigue you, it's gonna capture your ass. And guess what?
Man.
Yep, you got that's the story. Yeah, that's the story of Jesus on that mountain with the devil, promising him all that. That's it. Another version of this.
I think a lot of our problems, Sanchez and panel, is we don't get the concept of eternity. Like,
exactly, brother. Exactly. That's exactly where I was gonna go with. I just wanted to,
it's an eternity of lifetimes. It's an eternity of everything. It's eternity of.
So what you gonna do? What you gonna do for eternity?
Exactly.
So they got it set up through Rod Legion that it's like a track meet, and you gotta run through that tape, and you hit that finish line, then you finna go sit on the bleachers forever with your family and them. Like, that's not eternity, bro. That's not like what we would call heaven. And we've been indoctrinated with this, with everything. Even somebody mentioned the Nag Hammadi earlier. That's just that's just the Gnostic Ra Legion. And I've studied that thoroughly, and it literally leads to nowhere, bro. The Gnostic
Well, the whole
religion.
thing is this right here, Chief Iron Bush. All of us can study one thing right now on the panel, and I'll come out with so many fucking dots connected. But the next person may say, man, that shit didn't lead to nowhere. I'll say, hit this blunt, go read it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Watch
right. I
this.
feel you. Yeah, well, that's 100. That's yeah, most definitely. You can get something from anything. You feel me? Because that's really what it's meant to be, is inspiration. So
that ain't what it is, though. That's what I'm telling. Look at this right here. What you get from this? I'm gonna make an example out of this right now. What you get from what I'm sharing right now on my screen? This the Walt Disney. What's the exact name of this? Anybody?
I think that's Epcot, ain't it?
Yeah, Epcot Center.
It's a golf ball.
Now watch this. Now they said this is a golf ball, but it ain't. This is an ancient concept. But see, he said you can get some from anything, right? See, I'm gonna show y'all how it's a method to my madness. When you know that the people in power don't have original ideas, it ain't that I'm making up some that they can get, that I can just get some from anything. It's that when I see something that they doing, I look for the ancient version of it. So for this example, right? Here
Jump in
go.
that synchronicity bag.
I got you. Watch this, right? So here go the ancient Mount Meru concept right here on the right. And you see what the Hindus saying us about what's happening at the North Pole. All of the Mac ley lines are crashing into a black hole, and it's forcing them to bend upward, which creates what? The North Pole. That goes up, and then it blows a hole through the firmament, which is Polaris. You see what I'm saying? Once that explosion happened, all of the energy wrapped back around the whole thing, making the torus field, and it recycles back at Sheol and do it all over again. But watch this, right?
Well, they worship that as God.
But
that's what they worship as God.
I'm showing you that. Let me break it down to you, though, bro. I'm showing you that. Let me break this down to you. So what I'm showing you is this right here. It ain't that people reaching, pulling this stuff out their ass. It's that it has an esoteric meaning, and if you know it, you know it. That's what gnosis is about. It's about decoding the symbols, and at the end of the decoded symbol, there is a message, a truth that you pull out of it, and you can share with others. It ain't no abstract approach. It's a real mythology that leads to uncovering the mysteries of the universe. That's what I do over here. But at the same time, let me show you why they're kneeling to that. When you say that they worship that, I want y'all to realize they don't. This is a ritual. It's like a play. It's like people on a stage. They're not really worshiping the cube. They're showing you what the energy do when it gets to the cube. All of the energy bends into the cube and it gets sucked into a vortex. So they're personifying what the magnetic ley lines do in the middle of the earth, just
That's
like
right.
we see here. So we may say what we may say they praying to a box, but they want you to say that because they don't want people to know the ritual that they doing to pass this knowledge down to their children in a secret occult way.
They make a wheel, an energy wheel around that 5 times a day, where everybody prostrating to an energy grid, a wheel around it.
Because that's what the energy do around the North Pole and the torus field.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I want to ask you though. I'm going to ask you before you move on, bro. Is there such thing as inside of one of those corners? It's a piece of a black rock called They call it the Ben stone, and it came from it came from the middle somehow or somewhere when the people from the north came down for the first time after the last cataclysm or something. They brought a piece of what they believed to be sacred.
Let me show you. I can show you the Ben stone right now. I can show it to you.
Okay. Appreciate
that. Put me D, because I don't know what that is.
Here it is right here.
I don't mean no disrespect, Sanchez, but
I know you
just add something real quick to that.
Oh yeah, you good.
To my understanding, the Ben stone is now in 8 pieces, but originally it was in 1 piece, and it's that's the capstone, and then it was
you know what that just
Heliopolis.
made me think of? Dragon Ball Z.
But watch
with the
this though.
Dragon Ball.
Let me share some with y'all real quick. The Ben stone is Polaris creating the 7 domes, which is why you said the Ben stone became 8 pieces. It is represent what. Let me show you all another version of it real quick. Watch this.
Come with it.
Yeah, because I've always been interested in trying to deep dive on this.
Watch this. Here go the Ben stone right here. It's called Rupert Nagra. It's in the north. It's in this was a map maker. His name Mercator, but this is what's at the North Pole. The reason the Ben stone is said to be levitating is because this is the all-seeing eye that we see above the pyramid on the money that ain't touching it. But that's because it ain't a physical thing. The pyramid represent the physical reality. That all-seeing eye, this Rupert's Naga, represent a black hole that leads out of physicality and back into the base reality, to the platonic realm, pleroma, up out of here. Yeah. So
and that's what
that's
CERN
why,
trying to recreate.
Listen,
that's what CERN dabbling with.
I got you, but let me give you something else. If you like what I'm giving you, let me give you a little bit more, right? Watch this, right? Here go the thing, right? Just for the people, right? If you look at how the Pharaoh put his face on this thing, it's because he's symbolizing himself getting beamed up in a black hole or a dark tower. You see? And that's why he got the wings right there on the side too. He's saying, I'm leaving this bitch, I'm out. So this, if you see another version of a guy leaving a volcano, because that black volcano, right, the Sumerian tree of life, you will see this dude being born. This is the Ben stone giving birth to the Pharaoh in another story too. But it's the same concept of the North Pole of you taking that dark tower up out of here. Boom. You see?
Enoch.
Can you go back to that one picture you just showed? One, right there. Can you make that a little bit bigger, or if you will, please?
Peace out, Jim. Have a good night, my guy.
Hey, peace and love. Reach that.
Life.
Yeah.
That's where the Kabbalah got their little tree of life from, back in the Sumerian tablets. Like Sanchez said, they can't create anything original. That's why what dude was talking about earlier about the phone, like watching us and stuff. All it's doing is trying to get all the as much as it can from eternal souls, so it can try to mimic us. Because it can't create anything original. We're the ones connected to the origin, so they can't come up with anything original. They have to copy us, and that's where they come up with these legions and stuff to subdue us, to put us under these little spells and things, because they prey on our heart, because we are love. When it get down to it, we are truly, we love. The way you love the closest people to you, that's who and what you truly are. But we in this world that has indoctrinated everybody. Look at color, look at this, look at that, look at anything to divide you. Legion, it's, you know how many people just think that they the chosen people just because of a book or something somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the whole construct. And my man mentioned the logos earlier, about the logo. Let's be real, most of the logos, at least over 80% of them, are all about Saturn. So we know in most of the Legions is about Saturn too. So, they call it El Elyon, the Most High, this and that.
Yeah, we're Saturn. Yep.
So El eats. What are they? They the ones making sure that El eats. Who is El? El is Chronos. What's Chronos mean in Greek? It means time. That means these beings are stuck here. They're stuck in time. We are eternal souls, meaning we can bounce anything. We have free will to do whatever we want. We will. So the only way they can keep you here, people think it's a prison planet, is if you make the free will decision, like Sanchez earlier said, I'll try being a millionaire this go around. Then you're going to make the free will decision to come right back.
And guess what? And let me explain something to y'all so it don't be so spooky to y'all, right? Let's say you die and say, you know what, man? I do want to go back and try this shit again. That's fine. It ain't no bad choice, and I'm gonna tell you why. Right?
That's
Our
right.
ancestors, and I'm no cap. I'm finna go somewhere here. Our ancestors built this shit like a big university for you to purge all of your truth out of you and get out of you what's in you. You may hide it. People may hide it every day on the surface and act like we all saints. But that's why the Hindu, they was honest. They said, listen, everyone gonna die about 7 times, roughly. Some people said 9.
Yeah.
And that was their way of saying, look, you just a baby. You just got introduced to this shit. Capitalism is a system they made for you to purge all of the worst shit out of yourself. It's in you and it got to come out. And if it don't come out in this lifetime, then you come back. You can't hide what's in you. So when you go through that, so hold on, bro.
That's
Hold
the
on,
word
bro.
purgatory.
Hold on, bro. That's what I'm going to. Let me cook just for the sake of when they replan it, where I can have a smooth flow.
Gotcha.
So the whole thing, purgatory, is purge the Taurus field, right? You know that. So the whole thing is this right here. This netted system is layered. And the whole thing about this is if you pass the first layer, then they offer you a higher, they up the ante. Like somebody saying, I give you 100,000. Oh, you want 500,000? I give you $1 million. You gonna bite on something according to the Hindu. And it's just being honest that they saying ain't no soul gonna come here, live one lifetime and go right to heaven. Because it's in us already, and that's why we even here to purge it out. You can't hide it, which is why you're gonna, if you don't, everything you did in this lifetime, you purge some of that out of you. But there's more that your soul came here to do. So the thing, that's the whole thing. You're here to release all that bad stuff out of you here, which is why this place is so bad. It's like a landfill for spirits to release all of the fucking purge sense. All of their
Well, like you did a video the other day, Sanchez, with the 3 waterfalls. How the bottom one is the dirtiest, and you know that's pretty much where what you just explained. You know what I'm saying? And it is the tour of the purge, and you know you got to be light. You got to be light. You got to be weightless. If you know before, and like you said, the higher you go, the more they're gonna offer you. And people opening their pineal gland, their first eye, they think it's all these people right now buying herbs and stuff to open their pineal gland, thinking that's the answer to the freaking universe.
It ain't nothing you can do but go through it, because guess what? You got monks and stuff. You got people right now on this earth, right? They living their best life, meditating, and they started as a baby, separating themselves from the world. They was never born in capitalism. They never know what the kind of greed we got, the shit that they put in us. That's why we gonna have to reincarnate more than other people, because some people just don't have the kind of attachments we've already developed since birth in the capitalistic system. Everybody gonna make it out. It's just that we our part of the world is the least evolved when it comes to spirituality. So it's like saying, hey, everybody graduated school, but he flunked a couple of times. He had to repeat the shit 4 times though, but he made it out though. But you know what I'm saying? That's a lot of people born in these other world systems that are so detached from this ancient knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And that's becoming the normal everywhere.
You know, and hey, Chaz, I think for each of us born into these different worlds and parts of the earth, different altitudes, you know, latitudes, longitudes. Well, just when you mentioned the monks, I'm like, man, them little kids go through so much physical pain, and they're forced to, not as a discipline, but as a discipline to discipline their mind, not just straight out, we're going to make you hurt every day. Now, these dudes, they fail so many times daily, but they eventually get to where they get, right? Spiritually. And I think part of that painful discipline plays a huge part into their maturity in their spiritual selves, you know?
Yeah, man, Shaolin monks got some good raising.
I got a good
Right.
question,
And I
bro.
just want to land here because I got to go in a few. But the picture you showed a minute ago, I was asking you about, blowing up a little bigger. So you know how those two eagle-headed guys got the little pine cones and the little stone purses, right? I always wonder what they meant, but when I finally had found the channel of some, I think it's like Mesoamerican area. It's like right below the line of America and Mexico. Anyway, they were doing a dig site and they dug up after like 6 or 8 feet. They dug up some stuff that had just been buried from floods. Well, I shouldn't say floods or mud floods or displacement of the earth, liquefaction, whatever you want to call it. Well, they dug them up and cleaned them off real good. And you could get them in the dark, and these things had glow-in-the-dark paint. There were white rocks, and everything was like neon green. I mean, it blew my mind. But coming to find out, they're a combination, not as a fashion statement like some women might think, with the little purse. Well, when there was a lot higher static electricity in the air, more plasma gradient, and it was more dense in the air, and things grew bigger way back when. Well, these things, you could be grounded barefooted and have this stone purse in one hand, which was a very high concentration of crystalline structure, right? Same with the rock. Now, as long as your bare feet were on the ground and, it was a lot higher static electricity, you could do supposedly like some types of healing. You could heal people with these things is what they believe in. So I just want to let y'all know that I have seen these things be dug up on a website in real time and cleaned up. And yeah, so I just want to tell y'all that.
All right, well, have a good night, my guy.
Yeah.
Stay
Peace
blessed.
and love, man. It's always a pleasure, my brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, thank
Good
y'all
to
very
see you,
much,
man.
man. Yes, you too.
Yo,
Y'all
I
have
got a quick question, bro. All right, so if life is if they tell you like you're supposed to be a good person to get to heaven, if you're not a good person, you go to hell, or this other realm, not even heaven or hell, but like this other realm of your time on earth. But is there such thing as good and bad on earth, or would you say would you have to live out your true self to get to the next stage? Like, you get what type of question I'm asking?
But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like they say, if you do good, you go to heaven. You do bad, you go to hell. The truth is that we all gonna do good and bad, and the part of us that did bad is gonna go to hell, and the part of us that did good gonna go to heaven. And when the two split, the question is which one will you be with? Because whichever one you fed the most will that's the one your consciousness will shift with. So it's said that when we die, our energy split between two versions of ourselves, a higher and a lower one. The split can't be noticed right now because when these two are merged together, they create duality, which is what we're experiencing now. Your whole life is a result of your higher self and lower self existing in one body, which is why you always debating in your mind, should I do right or wrong or make the right decision right now, right? If you make more wrong decisions than righteous ones, then you just participated in a cosmic voting system where you chose and told the universe, I like being my lowest version. I like making lower decisions more than higher ones. So when you die, you will degress rather than ascend. You would, you know what I'm saying?
I feel you, bro.
So that's the
Keep
whole
going,
concept that because when there's already a higher version of you that's living out your best potential, who've overcame every mistake and evil choice you made, but you got to ascend to that higher version and outgrow this lower version that's down here on a repeat loop, making these same mistakes. Even when you ascend beyond this realm, the version of you here gonna still exist. Your consciousness won't be in it. Just like when you leave a dream, that version of you in that dream is still carrying on doing whatever it was doing before you showed up. You just shifted your consciousness back here. But all of these yous are like a song that's on repeat. It's like a vinyl record that just keep playing over and over and over, and you know, starring you. And they using that. They basically, it's like all of these false worlds, they've copied our damn avatars, and the currency in those universes is your false version. They translating the motions and actions of your avatar into energy. Remember, energy is motion. So what did these vampires do? They copied us, and they made a false version of you in every world. And is and you know, that copy is just going around living its day-to-day life, and that action is being translated to energy. So it's like a hamster on a wheel. Yeah.
It started with our straw man, Sanchez. The straw man, that whole the placebo when we were born, that whole shipping birth and natural birth and all that. We all can have that conversation forever. We know that's where it started.
They cloned Tyrone for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it just progressed since then. Now that the cloning is more advanced, it's more placebos and more this and more that and more this and more that.
I got a question on that, what you just said. So do you think, depending upon our vibration before we sleep, are we like tuning ourselves up, and that's where these different realities is where we going in the dream world when we sleep?
Yeah, I think that at any given moment, we in either one or two states of consciousness, what we call negative or positive, right? And I think that depending on what state we in when we go to sleep, is like saying it is like which direction is a car facing in when a person hit the gas, right? So you go to sleep, the consciousness leaves the body, it's in a trajectory, it's moving in motion like a car. But depending on what your energy was, direction your energy was pointed in before bed, depending on whether I may have a good or bad dream tonight. Even if I watch too many scary movies as a child and I go to sleep, we know what can happen. I can enter those worlds that Stephen King made, that Wes Craven made. I've been to some of them as a child. As a child, I've been to this fake ass universe that they made. I've been to Saturn's as a child. It was a horrible dream. So these worlds are real. They exist in consciousness, and our memories, our thoughts are actual spaces and dimensional layers, and you can actually create new spaces in the ether that we all agree that exists once you get enough people to become conscious of it. So if you like, if a bunch of children say, man, I've had a lot of nightmares about Freddy Krueger. Well, listen, Freddy Krueger was made by some dude on Earth. He literally created another alternate reality that all of us agreed existed, because the mind don't dictate between what's fake and real. So now people can literally project their consciousness into these places, and it's physical when you're there. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Yeah, man. That's what made me want to think about that, man. And yeah, you answered my question. That was dope.
Our neurological system is what I've learned to be the good and bad. I've learned to try to root that out of my vocabulary, like good and bad. Like that's not a thing. We made that up. Like it's just not a thing. It's the translation of electrical impulses to our brain that from our extenditures, our nervous system, that tells us, no, not to touch that. No, don't touch that. It's hot. That's where we get good and bad from. But there is actually no such thing as good and bad.
Well, I would push back just a little bit, right? I think good and bad is like a moral system that we made based upon refined energy and distorted energy, or positive energy and or what we call negative energy, right? So if we say, man, you got negative energy all the time, we all know that ain't healthy. If you just fucking angry, hateful, and just full of all the negative energy, you ain't never happy, laughing, humorous, joking, none of that in between, so it's like, my whole thing about being balanced emotionally, I think, is what they were trying to say. Because when people say it ain't no good and bad, they really trying to say, don't strive to be this or that, strive to be balanced. But at the same time, our ancestors had a rule that said, do unto others as you have them do unto you. So a lot of people may interpret ain't no good and bad as I can just do what the fuck I want to do. But dog, there will be repercussions for you exercising certain energy more than other energy. You know what I'm saying?
That was kind of my question.
Yeah, that's what I agree with all of that. I perceive that as again, emotion. That's what electricity in motion. That's what emotion is. And so I think we're speaking the same language, in my opinion. It's just us. Balance is the key. That's just all that I've always strived to have in my life. And so across all those spectrums, I feel that balance is the key. So that's all.
My question is, what's balance though?
That's what I was going to
if
say.
it's no good or bad, what's balance?
If you feel like it's wrong, it's wrong. If in your mind you perceive it and conceive it as wrong, and you call out others for doing the action of wrong, like you would call yourself out for doing the action of wrong, it's wrong. In reality, in everywhere. You see what I'm saying? And
That's why I was saying,
that's
like, do you live out your true self then?
Like when
that's our perception of God, because the God that I serve is a God of light and a God of good, and everybody that's doing wrong, or even if I'm doing wrong, I'm held accountable to my God, my higher self, the universe, all of that. It's
But what
if
you
you think
do
that
wrong
it's
for the
wrong,
right reason?
Hey, well, that leads back to perception, bro.
because
Because you
we
got to
all have a
think.
brain.
You got to think though. We don't all. If you think what's right, you got to think when it comes to that. It has to be a level field, because what you think is right and wrong, and what I think is right and wrong is obviously two different opinions. So there'll have to be a base ground where we can agree to be like, hey, okay, let's get to a moral compass now, because now we're not coming to an agreement. So now let's get to what morally seems right. So it's
Exactly.
all
Like,
comes
check
to
this out, man. Check this out. No, let
perception
me
though,
tell you.
bro. It's not like that.
Guess what, right? Good and bad are real universal laws that exist, and they are, the reason I'm saying universal, because they universal. Like, we all know right from wrong if you got a soul or a consciousness, and you will feel it when you making the action. So like when you stealing from somebody when they ain't looking, or you just say you murdering somebody or some shit like that, you see what I'm saying? You feel a certain thing. So I do think that these energies are universal, meaning that in a way, good and bad do exist, but ain't nothing gonna stop you from, being good and bad. I don't know why people say they don't exist. I think it comes from the fact that we able to do good and bad. Ain't nothing gonna stop us, is what I was interpreting it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Well,
like,
I
check it out.
apologize.
The
If I
King
came
James.
across as saying they don't exist, I was making more of your statement, Sanchez. Like in other words, I see good and bad as emotion, meaning electricity in motion, and so that means both on the positive side and both on the negative side. That's
Check
where
it out. The ancients had one golden rule, and that was never violate another being's free will. So from that, you can extrapolate what good and bad is.
I see what all y'all saying.
Right,
Okay,
and that's
so
also
what they're
a
doing,
rule of mine.
like, check it out. The King James Version, like, check out the 10 Commandments. You know how they said, thou shalt not kill? No, they messed that up. It's thou shalt not murder. Nobody's saying that you can't kill nobody, because if you allow people to do messed up things to you, like oppress your people or oppress your
Well, you
family,
might
oppress
have to
anything like
protect
that,
yourself,
you
right?
have,
Too.
you've got to kill these people to get them up and out the way. It's not saying thou shalt can't kill. They changed it to thou shalt not no, they changed
I
it from
got
thou
you.
shalt not
Yeah, right.
murder
You
to
can
thou
kill
shalt
because
not kill.
somebody might be trying to kill you, right? So I got you.
Yeah.
You gotta be justified. That's why
All right.
you gotta be
Yeah,
murdered.
man.
But you know
Like
something that
nobody's
tripped
saying
me
that
out,
you
right?
can't.
Yeah, I totally feel you, bro. Hey,
Yeah, I
check
feel
this
you.
out, right? Some crazy shit, right? That whole Disney World land, I don't know why, but one of the websites that's responsible for like you pulling up Disney history and all that, it's called Yesterland. I was like, what the hell is this? Because I was seeing this picture, I was like, damn, this is Atlantis, this the flat earth shit, you know what I'm saying? Yesterland. And but my whole thing was I looked
Dude, they
that
got
up
a
and
movie. They got a
yeah, go
movie
ahead.
called Tomorrowland, bro. It's crazy. And that
Yeah,
that movie Tomorrow, they talk about the interdimension and how all the scientists go to this other dimension
yeah,
to
that's what I'm saying
experiment and
because
do stuff.
when I was thinking about this whole Yesterland thing, I was thinking about like yesterday, and then I was thinking about deja vu, how the word yester is like to mean going back in time or on repeat or Saturn loop type shit. But then I was like, okay, the word yester sounds like Easter without the Y, Esther, Easter. And Easter is resurrection. And then maybe, you know, that's like a way of reincarnation, resurrection, the Saturn matrix type shit, going back into your yesterday life, yesterday type world type shit. And I'm thinking, okay, now it makes sense. Yeast rise. They bring up the yeast for Easter, but yesterday, Easter, and then you got yes for yeast. And then I look this, because I'm looking this up in etymology, and it says that it was a J at one point. So the jester, the little joker, the little clone dude, like the resurrected guy who's another form of zombie, Jesus, the jester, is his whole name is based upon the word yester, which is in yesterday, meaning to remember that the word resurrect start with re, which is like repeat, rewind, you know what I'm saying?
Right. And then the Yah and the Jah concept in there too with them Y's and J's. Yah, Jester. Yeah. I'm tracking with you.
Hey,
Yeah.
on a simpler note, I only your statement, Sanchez, only made sense to me because I made up a word in terms of etymology. It's always been a part of my stuff that I do since back when. Just making up words, just thinking of words. I made up a word tomorrow to represent the word present. And it just that's all it made me think about when you said that. Because it's possible for anybody to make up just to make up a word, just make up something that's connected. It's just a
Well,
wonderful.
the whole thing is this. I ain't make none of that up. Let me give
No,
you
no, no.
some. Hold on.
I know.
No,
But
I got you.
that's what I know.
I will say this though. Yester tomorrow was interesting. That word you made up to say present, that's some genius Rain Man type shit.
Yes, tomorrow.
But
Yeah, yes, tomorrow is
that's
the word that I made
interesting.
up. That was yeah.
But I was actually putting the word yest right here, Y-E-S-T, in etymology, and it gave me two entries. It gave me yeast and guess. And I didn't even get to guess yet because I'm talking about resurrection and you coming back in a yester body, like a previous you, they making you repeat it. And it's gesture, which is dealing with a fake instance. Like if I give you a gesture, it's an imitated form of my real body motion. So that's like saying a clone, like your body being made again in a simulation. So a gesture, like, and then it go down and say jest is a guess too with a G. So now a guess is a ghost. Cause look, it's saying etymology, the ghost is the guess. Cause guess what? The player characters, your spirit is inside the simulation. This ain't your home, so guess what that make you? A ghost, a guest in this place. This, like they tell the saints, heaven is our true home. They are all ghosts in a machine and don't know it. They're a guest, you know what I'm saying? Or ghost. So my whole thing is this, the etymology always fucking break it down. Look at what this mean, a comer. That means you came here, but that was people that was here before you. They was created with the world. That's the pre-Adamic race. That's the non-player characters. They built into the game. They're not comers. You are a literally, like you, that think about how the very lexicon shows you that this word yes, ghost, why it's Easter, yester, and yesterday. Like this right here is, I'm giving y'all some real jewels on how to break these words down and shit and go off into like a research tangent to peel through the veil. Because it starts with a question, just like the scientific method. My question was, why the hell is the word yes and yesterday? What does that have to do with something being in the past? And it led me down this whole rabbit hole with yeast, gesture. That's what I like about etymology.
And quest.
So what does
and quest, right? Of facts. Because it will be a quest that you're on too.
Also, because in the present, to
What
know
about the
it's a
one?
big no, and in the past everything was a yes because we have free energy and we could do everything. So no and yes are opposed to present and past.
It's crazy
That's what I was
because
about to ask. I was
this
like,
shit,
break that
yeah,
yes down.
this
If you
shit is,
can.
yeah, with the word comma though. Yeah, I was ahead of you, so yeah, I got you on it. But the word comma though, it says kuma. Now that's crazy because if a person is in a coma, they out of their body, they sleep on one world while they living in another world, right? And so like at the North Pole, we will literally be considered in a coma with people waiting on us to wake up one day from this sleep. So but this coma means you're a comer. You one of the ones that went into you had descended. So all of this language would tie into the whole knowledge that leads back to the soul entering the body and stuff like that, man. That's crazy.
Hey, Sanchez, then when you said the guest, right? My mind went to host, but the G host is the ghost. So you the guest and the host because you in the present now. If you gonna return type of shit, bro, this it's
Fire.
crazy.
Fire. That was
Yeah,
fire.
hell yeah, it was. That's facts.
Crazy,
Hell
bro.
yeah. There you go.
Man. That shit just blew my mind real quick.
And it's crazy because the root word of hostage, host, because this whole thing about ghost is that word host too that I'm tripping with. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like we hostages. This shit says stranger. All of these words is what I'm reading from here. Even a gist, because a gist would be like a little vapor of air, but that's what a ghost is, right? A little white little. That's what they trying to say. But all of this stuff right here always intrigues me and keeps me interested, man. But yeah, let me go ahead and shift this thing. See, if we wanted to, we can click into these words and go even deeper by clicking here and just going saying where that take us. You know what I'm saying? But that's all it be though. That, from an etymology perspective, at least. But then I'll take this to another step and start putting in these symbols and sacred geometry images and stuff.
Sanchez, what do you think about KNOW as in no, and then the word no as in NO? But every time that we say the word no, like no, I'm not doing that. What if we're actually saying like KNOW? No, I'm not doing that. Or, just anytime that you have to substitute or tell anybody no, you're thinking NO, but you're literally tell them KNOW, no,
I'm
that I'm
glad
not doing that.
you asked me that because it give me a opportunity to specify why, even though they sound the same, it can take you down a different road in etymology. And it's because the word no from an NO perspective is kind of like a different word from no, KNOW, because K-N-O-W come from G-N-O, which is gnosis, but the word N-O, which is no, come from the word nay. So before they were saying no, they were saying nay. So then you would have two words that sound the same in modern word, but they roots will lead them to different roots when you trace them back in etymology, if that make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So
but also because to know too much is a big no-no. Like it's trying to say no. You don't want to know too
see,
much. You can't.
and that's what'll happen if you start blending those two like that. That's why I love etymology, because just say you blend those just because they sound the same. You would probably say, you know what? You don't supposed to know knowledge, because no mean no. No, don't do that. But stay dumb. Right. But so that'll be that's if you don't know what I'm trying to teach y'all now about why you want to go into etymology. The first thing I did before I answer him, I typed the word no into etymology, N-O, because I know the etymology of K-N-O-W. And if this would have went back to G-N-O from gnosis, then I would have been like, you know what? Maybe. Oh no, now damn, why would I would be confused now, like, why would no and no have the same etymological root? You know what I'm saying? So the thing is this right here, right? It's a word right here called nun, right? Now there are some women that with the Catholic Church, they're nuns. But if you think the word nun and nun are just the same because they sound the same without doing the etymology, you would say, man, there were none nuns. There were ever no nuns. None. It was none of them because it's nuns. I'm doing what you doing with no. You see, the sound don't mean nothing. You gotta go do the etymology. You know, the sound is one thing, but it can throw you off if you don't verify it by going to see when did this word come into the lexicon. What did it mean at first? Because no was never pronounced no. It was nay. Now, the people who don't want you to know probably change the lexicon at a way to say, no, you don't want to know shit. No. You know, but it was nay, you know.
Right.
Another thing with the trip is like the silent letters. Like, you know how in the word, in that movie, what's it called? The one where the D is silent.
Django.
Yeah, Django. So the D is silent because the devil is silent. G in Gnostic is silent because God is silent unless he decides to talk to you. But, you know, in 33 means, in Freemasonic 33 degree means that's a degree where you talk to Lucifer directly. That's what it means, really.
Yeah, it's important to know that synonym, it don't gotta sound the same to be a synonym. Even like shh mean noise. See what I'm saying? Even though you're saying shh, be quiet, shh itself mean noise. You see what I'm saying? So it can get tricky, and a lot of people do that when they saying they breaking words down, doing etymology. They'll take two words that sound the same and try to correlate them, but it don't go together. It's two different directions. One making the left, one making the right. So a lot of people make that. Just keep synonyms in mind, and all synonyms don't have to sound the same for it to be a synonym. Like them letters, like how Sanchez got this pulled up, and it's going to all them other words, hostage, xenia, all those different things, and they synonyms, but they ain't even spelled the same. They don't sound the same or nothing.
Yeah.
You just gotta keep the synonym in mind.
And you go to them and you beat, these are like going way to the root of the word. Even it'll lead you out of English into like Norse, German, and you be like, damn, the English version of most what you learn from etymology, when you look up a lot of words in etymology, what you will find is that English words, a lot of time it seemed like when you trace these words back in etymology, that the English word is a mutated form of some Germanic, some Nordic, some like we see here, old Frisian, you know, and you'll see that a lot in etymology. Like, damn, So like the language we speak in today is a new and old language. It's new and old. It's like a mutation. It's like, again, I think it's a reset language that you would speak after a post-apocalypse, and like a fresh generation rolls up with no knowledge because somebody wiped every fucking body out, and it'll be just a remnant or echo of the old lexicon and old ways that we slowly start to wake back and regain over time. But it'll be like a whole it'll be like in Mad Max where they speak in English, but it's like a post-apocalyptic slang, watered down. They try not to be too proper type English, if you will. But yeah, it's like an aesthetic, like it's like that's what I think. I think that the English language is the mutation of some advanced language that was being spoken, and it's like the ebonics or of that version, and we can and it even start. We had a troll, my bad, y'all good. I had to get the troll up out of here real quick, boot him on up out of here. But if y'all good, I'm good. Are y'all good? It takes a few minutes to reset the call and shit, but long as y'all speakers ain't broke, then we good. Oh, your ears, that too. Your speakers and your ears. I see people laughing, so we good. It was I'm glad to see y'all got a joke out of it. Drop a bomb for that. But that's why I don't do a lot of just open call-in shows that's open all for people like this a lot. And I don't normally lead this up, but I think I'm gonna lead this one up. I'm gonna edit it though for sure. But I'm at 4 hours in, man, and I ain't gonna lie, I want to get the hell up out of here for real, bro. But I appreciate y'all for coming out. I'm hungry. I'm about to grub, about to kick it. Salutes to the troll for giving my people a good laugh. Drop the laughs out for him, y'all. Drop the laughies out for the troll for helping me get paid. Do you want to make the troll even mad? Hit the super chat before we go and pay him for his laugh. The troll gonna be pissed off. He gonna be like, damn, I'm thinking I'm interrupting the show hurting Sanchez, and you just was a free worker for me, nigga. We got free comedy from the troll. Shout out to look at that. That worked out. Ain't God good? My people found that shit funny, you troll. We got thick skin, man. Shout out to my people for that. Look at the laughies out there. We found that funny. Shout out to Josh Waring. Godfrey being an agent is interesting. He rather talk about the African-American victim struggle and disregard the Dogon tribe excellence. You better believe it. I'm going to do a show for Godfrey. We didn't stay on him as long as I wanted to, Josh. I'm going to chop this one up and keep it on topic and probably just re-upload it with the jewels from it. But shout out to Goonho as well. And he said it's a 24-hour sun. I see it every year. This is what Goonho say. Goonho, I'm going to bring Lindsay on here. I got videos up about the 24-hour sun with the experts on the channel, Goonho. The thing about me, I stay in my lane. I never been to Antarctica, and I never made my own 24-hour theory. I go with what my brother said, Flat Power. And I'm not gonna challenge Lindsay. I'm not gonna challenge the people who've laid this thing, because I went on that. When everybody was creating a 24-hour sun model, I was telling them, y'all wasting time, that's irrelevant. We know how to prove that the earth is flat. It don't matter if we can't prove what the sun doing here or there. So I was wrong, because after that, the final experiment happened, and the globalists was trying to, poke at that and make it like, well, the earth ain't flat because of that. So them people ended up being right, but they had already developed 24-hour sun models. So that's why I went live and I was like, look, y'all lied. Flat earthers did have an explanation for the 24-hour sun. And I started to bring those flat earthers onto the channel. Right. And anytime you heard me speak on it, I was just, I ain't gonna lie, repeating shit they said, being honest with you. I'm a flat earther, not a 24-hour sunner. Like, when I go to talking about the firmament, the stars and stuff, I will always have to admit that I'm going into my theories. And I use the word theory too. But when I'm telling you that the earth flat, that ain't no theory, that's a fact right there. So I will never operate outside of my title, flat earther. I'm gonna prove that that earth flat, it ain't a ball. Sanchez, why the sun do this over here? I don't know for real, but I can regurgitate what other people said and you can pick which theory you like. Because what the sun do will never change what the ground do, not unless you Jared typing as someone else goonho. I'm just fucking with you. But shout out to Yolanda Occurrence. But if you live in Alaska, you should have a better explanation than me, Flat Power. That's right. Sanchez can't do it all, man. But I know I can whoop Neil deGrasse Tyson in a flat earth debate, not in a 24-hour sun debate. And that one I get my brother Lindsay. That's right. And that one I get my brother Jake. That's right. I know my lane. You know what I'm saying? When it's time to throw, I go get my quarterback. When it's time to run, I go get my running back. When it's time to do my part, I get me. I get me for that, Get me for that. That's how I work. So it ain't like the 24-hour sun can't be explained on a flat earth. It's just that I never made my own theory. I brought all of those people on my channel who's been spending years, months, obsessed with that. You see what I'm saying? I did that for y'all. Because where my expertise may dwindle down, I do etymology, syncretism. I break down the ancient cosmology, the ether, the netters, right? I do what I do. And then what I don't do, the beauty is I can reach out to folks who do that, just do that good as hell too. But y'all got to take advantage of it. That stuff is on my channel. Anything you want to know about the 24-hour sun, let's say you got a debate coming up. You ain't got to come ask Sanchez, because Sanchez going to go to my old video with Lindsay on here and replay that for you and show you that. That's why it wouldn't even do me no good to have a debate about it, because I might as well just go get my teachers. Sometime I'm a student, y'all, you feel me? That's right. And that's okay. I don't know everything. Sometimes I got in this community, bro, I got my teachers and OGs too. But they'll tell you when it's time to debate flat earth, and to him, we gonna go get Sanchez. If it's about, the ground, curvature, boom, 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 and stuff like that. So we'll force, man. We are force. We'll force, bro. But that's what I be telling y'all, when I have Lindsay up here, when I get, I had a couple of folks, man, about the 24-hour sun. And the people that I didn't interview, I ended up sharing their videos in a lot of live streams. But go just look at my the final experiment playlist. I got a whole playlist called the final experiment, responding and fighting back with the 24-hour sun facts. You know, please, y'all, go check that out. And go to the one with Lindsey Harris. Because he's like the best. He got the best explanation for that. But like I said, Jake the asshole got a good explanation too. And I can't do no better than them guys. So some stuff y'all gotta, realize, yep, gotta go to another teacher for it, because, and what I'm gonna do, because it's 2025, I'm gonna get those people back on the channel too, to reinforce that with just some new content, and revisit it just to, again, for people who may be new on it. But yeah, when it came down to that final experiment, it was an interesting time for the see who's who, man. And the snakes in the grass. The grass was cut, buddy. You can see them, ain't that right? Hey, shout out to Sally McDermott. Appreciate that, Sally. Much love. Thank you for the support. And shout out to D. Allen Warren. Flat power to you too. Shout out to Yolanda Occurrence. And again, shout out to Goon Ho. Goon Ho, I'm going to do that just for you, though. I'm going to get with Lindsay, and I'm going to reach out to some other people, and I'm going to do a whole 24-hour Sun series of collaborations to add to my final experiment playlist, because I haven't put no content in there in a minute. So that's what I'll do for you. Shout out to Goon Ho. So when you see those people come on, just remember, oh, Sanchez said he was going to do that for me. Yeah, I got you, bro. Because we all need to be updated on it, just to be fresh on it, and just, so, I ain't just got to play those same videos, but I'm just sticking around to make the troll mad. Because, man, I just want to let that troll know, if he listening, you sure gave us a good old laugh, man. That was good. Ended up making people donate at the end of the show for that laugh. That didn't go the way the troll wanted, y'all. You know what's crazy? This may sound like a scam or a hustle, but it's the truth if you think about it. What if every time a troll, people donated? Now, listen to the theory, right? The trolls are haters. They don't like Bro Sanchez having a nice show. They thinking they gonna destroy the show. They don't want to see me provide this service and people, donate to it, and I can, continue giving y'all this content and stuff, right? What if every time they did the trolling and infiltrating the show, people start hitting the super chat? The troll would say, damn, I'm putting money in Sanchez's pocket. I can't troll no more. But the only thing about that, people gonna be like, Sanchez trolling himself, ain't it? Now, because goddamn it, he just, but that's crazy though, man, that, we the only channel that still get these kind of trolls, because I be live all the time. But at the same time, people don't give their link out the way I give it out no more. Yep. People don't just drop the link in the chat no more. And I should be stepping my game up. You know what? I'm going to stop using Zoom, because Zoom is not troll proof. In other applications, you just can't control your own camera, your own mic, and all that. And I know Zoom ain't got them settings, which is like primitive, because Zoom is kind of expensive. And I'm saying applications that's cheaper than Zoom, it look better. You can edit your names better. Like Zoom is just a bunch of gray blocks. You can't control. People can just take their mic off mute when you mute them. What the fuck? Like Zoom is very outdated and primitive, and you know what? Fuck that. I'm gonna spend me about a week off, y'all, starting Thursday, and I'm finna research new software and OBS and shit. Because now that I think about it, Zoom costs a lot of money. Zoom ain't cheap. And goddamn it, Zoom is like the worst application. And I feel slow as hell because I've been looking around realizing I'm still the only dumbass with Zoom nowadays. Like for real, bro. I'm late as hell. Everybody done ditched Zoom. It's overpriced. It's just it ain't worth it. I'm about to start stepping all my software up though. Salutes to the chat. We about to get up out of here. I was just chatting with y'all in the as we get up out. Yeah, StreamYard or it's Discord or I don't know if you can use Discord. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go StreamYard. And I used to have StreamYard. But Zoom actually started to step their game up above them. Now StreamYard and surpass Zoom. But I gotta play around with them with a little bit before I just go live, and so I'm gonna take some time and learn this stuff. And also I'm about to be playing with these new AI generators, man, and get these thumbnails on point. But I don't want to overdo the AI shit though. I still wanted to have my seriousness. Some of it just look kind of goofy too. Much love to everybody. I don't see no more people asking questions in the chat. So what's your thought on a new coming digital ID? That's the first step of us going into the digital system. Because remember now, if they say we ain't taking the regular IDs no more, it's a way to force everyone over to the digital ID. And like we said, they're gonna ease you into this thing. That's the first step. Hey y'all, I do gotta get out of here real quick. Peace and much love. I'm gonna take this down and edit it and re-upload it. Appreciate all my Patreons.